Say my name.
Heisenberg.
You're goddamn right.
Oh! If I could have let off with Stacy's mom for this show without getting a copyright strike, I would have done it. Seen any good bands lately? I know a few of you have. I know at least 10 of you who have. It's about to get spicy, gentlemen. It's about to get very, very spicy.
Mature, advanced, middle-aged. Let's just say it. I am getting older. And what's wrong with that? Older is sexy.
Older is experienced. Older is powerful.
Sure, I'm getting older. And I'm the best I've ever been.
Oh yeah, there you go. Now we're in today. That warmed me up. I'm sure I played that at the beginning because I know I'll probably have to chop that out. Hopefully there's no copyright strikes on something like that. I don't think so. It's a commercial, right? I'm being very complimentary today. Today is going to be the gentler and kinder ROLLO TOMASSI, because God forbid I would want anybody to think that my delivery is harsh or my tone is just not acceptable for, you know, the gentle, tender sensibilities of my female audience. And by female, I mean the male audience who is very much feminized. You know who I'm talking about. Okay, so there we are. I'm back in the saddle again. I'm back in the command center once again, back from Houston at the Rebel Capitalist. Did you guys see that? I thought that was pretty good. Rebel Capitalist was a lot of fun. But during Rebel Capitalist, I noticed that God Saad had got into, I want to call it a red pill tuffle. I don't know, tussle. What is that a word? Tuffle, tussle with Paulina Porizkova. Am I right? I'm saying that right? Porizkova. There it is. Okay, got it. Okay, man. If you don't know who Paulina Porizkova is, you're probably going, who cares? Who cares for this girl? Who cares about anything? Who cares? Well, you do, because you leave comments going, who cares, on my show or on my comments. So this one dedicated to you guys who care about this stuff. I'm going to get into a lot of different, I got my notes right here. I'm going to get into a lot of different, today's almost going to be like if you watched Rule Zero yesterday, I mentioned today's show will probably be a red pill potpourri. I really have 4 topics today, but they all kick in to the same theme. And I'm going to try to make these as, I really need like a timer over here, like a little LED, like a red LED digital timer, because I'm going to try to get to 4 independent stories today. So we're going to do things a little bit differently today. I'm going to try to be more organized for you, so it's not just stream of consciousness ROLLO, which everybody like loses their minds over. So I want to, yeah, Porizkova. Yeah, okay. You know what? You get to put, yeah, I don't even care if that's not a super chat. Yeah. I'm probably going to butcher her name a billion times on here. I will do my very best. Torch, I see in there. I also saw Samishi is in there. Mishi is in there. I'll butcher your name before I butcher Paulina's. And I think I got Sammy. Sammy, are you in too? Let me look. Yes, Sammy's in as well. Thank you. Sam's keeping down the super chats. I'm also going to try to do super chats in between each of these 4, so I can see if I can keep up here and like be a little more organized, because I'm pushing 4-hour live streams, and I don't want to do 4-hour live streams. I'm glad you all like them, but I don't want to do 4-hour live streams. So just really quick update here. I wanted to announce real quickly here at the beginning of the show, since I got all of you and your rapt attention here. Hotep Jesus and Uncle Hotep are going to be doing the Grifties. And let's see, I'm going to have to look at my texts here. He says it's going to be, okay, so it's on the 27th of January, I think. It's on the Hotep Nation YouTube. Watch it. All the way to the end, baby. Watch it. Trust me, you're gonna. There's a payoff at the end. So watch that. Watch that this year. I really enjoyed it. I think it's probably one of the funniest things that Hotep does. And you all know that I occasionally work with Hotep. He's been a friend for a very long time, at least as long as Aaron Clary, I think. I'm sorry if I am popping a little bit. The mic is just a little hot today. I switched over to a different channel because people were complaining about like popping and he needs a pop filter. It actually has a pop filter built into the, oh, look, it's fake ROLLO already. Awesome. Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia.
There you go. There's the attention you were looking for. So I'm going to be getting into, 4 different topics today. Like I said before, go and be sure to check out Hotep's was it Hotep Nation YouTube? Okay, YouTube, and be sure that you watch it all the way to the end, because you'll be glad you did. Just leave it at that. So I wanted to get into the theme of today is not actually women getting older and pretending that they're younger. Okay. And I understand the desire for that. If you have followed me on Twitter, or if you've even watched this channel, I've mentioned this several times on this channel. At a very early age, I think women realize that their only real agency in this life is their sexuality. And when I say stuff like that, it really rubs women the wrong way. It also rubs Chris Williamson the wrong way. It also rubs Rob Henderson and all the rest of these guys who think that my delivery is rough. But that's the God's honest truth. And I think that is that understanding, that subconscious understanding, it's like a subroutine that runs in women's hindbrains, is that the only way to get a man to pay attention, or to get a large populace of people, and in any case, to pay attention to what women believe is important, is to get naked. And it's almost like a Twitter maxim for me now. I probably should start a hashtag, they always get naked, but whenever I see an example of that on my Twitter or on Instagram, even on a couple occasions, I said the same thing on Instagram. When women want attention, they get naked. When there's a protest, they get naked. When it comes to making a statement, or in any way wanting to get like overt attention, nudity always works. Because that, or I should say, it always works. It doesn't always work, actually. It depends on how good looking you are, ladies. So please keep that little chestnut in the back of your head too. But it's the default behavior. And I've used this example before. When I think it was in 2020 at 2020 at the Portland, one of many Portland Antifa riots / protests / civil unrest, let's just say, during the 2020 election season for sure. But I can remember there was one girl who was just basically parading around naked at these protests. And of course, she had a nice white knight guy there to, sort of sit there with a riot shield in front of her, so she didn't get too much. But there's some very famous pictures, and I would put them up, but for fear of getting any kind of strike or any kind of I don't want to get demonetized for showing this or for anything even remotely that looks like, a bikini shot will get me busted for nudity. But buck naked, let's just say, and goes out there, and she makes the headlines. That's pretty much what the whole purpose was. So when purpose there, the whole point of it was to get attention. And so when women are looking for attention, whether it be for abortion or reproductive rights or whatever it is, you name the issue that is a hot topic for women or for that mindset. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a woman's issue per se, but that's where women go, is to get naked. And the reason is because men pay attention. And there's a naked chick. Hey, boobies. All right, titties. Tiddies. Titties, right? Wow. Okay. I'm paying. You have my attention. So women, I think, even from a very early age. I mean, even as young as like when when young girls get into puberty and they start to develop and they realize during that time, and I raised a daughter during that time as well, that once they get into that maturity phase or they get past the puberty phase into adolescence, boys tend to pay them more attention depending on, how they're developing. I don't think that this is any great secret. And I think that that's probably part of that education, but it's learning that it can be leveraged. And sexuality tends to be women's primary form of agency. What is agency? What does he mean by agency? God damn it. Do you guys not have Google? Agency is like power. Okay. It's an ability. It's a capability. It's an agency in the sense, like when we talk about like how men have privilege, you have privilege because you're a guy, or you're white privilege, or, penis privilege, or whatever it is. Think of it in terms of like, that's almost the derogatory version of agency. Now, agency was a term that was popularized during really the early 70s, once again, during militant feminism. And it was about female agency and how we needed to empower women. And I, of course, have shortened that down to fempowerment, which is the fempowerment movement, the feminine empowerment, female empowerment movement, which we still see today. And when I am looking at the language that they used to use back then, one of the things that they used was, again, agency. And you'll still hear occasionally, like if you're in your young ladies, if you're in college classes and you're in your women's literature class or your female studies class is, Devil Mountain Coffee. This show runs on Devil Mountain Coffee. But that's part of the language. It's part of the secret language of feminism is agency. And so I dug that out and I'm using it. Because that's what they use. So agency in the terminology that I'm using is power. It's a control. It's a means to get something done. It's a currency almost. So that's why they use that term agency. And the only real agency that women have in their life that is realizable, that is actionable, that is the most immediate thing that women can use to get attention is sexuality. OnlyFans did not jump from, where it was prior to 2020 to where it is right now, if that wasn't the case. Pornography, by the way, would not be what it is in 21st century if that were not the case. Sex sells. We've known that since the time of, Moses. Okay. It's the oldest profession. We know that it works, and women know that it works. And the problem with that agency is it is perishable. You know what that word means, children? That means it decays. That means it times out. That means it has an expiration date. Thank you, Tom Likas, for that one. And after a while, as women age, the freshness of that agency declines. And as I've said in the past, between the ages of 18 and 28 years old, when women are in their hoe phase, not my words, their words, that's when women are at their peak agency. because they can do the most with what they have, what they've been given. Now, granted, can women develop more agency? Can they develop more power? Can they? Yes, of course they can. They can work out. They can keep themselves sexy. They can, of course they are. I mean, look at OnlyFans. Look at cam girls. Look at any. Look, why is it that we're calling it sex work right now instead of what it really is, which is prostitution? Why do we use those euphemisms? Because we want to keep that agency as evergreen as possible. And yes, I put the if you wonder what evergreen means, that means it's an English word. It used to be mean it was used for like non-perennial plants, right? Like it was a plant that's always green, doesn't matter what season it is. But that has been expanded. You can actually take a word and a term and turn it into other meanings. But as far as evergreen, in the term that I'm using it here, is it's the idea that women's agency never decays. And that is a really, really tempting fantasy for women. And it's and I think marketers have used this for a long time. The cosmetic industry has used it forever. Why do women get boob jobs? Why do they get Brazilian butt lifts? Why do they get personal trainers? Right? Why are they on whatever the latest fad diet is? You know, I'm on keto. I'm on lion diet. I'm on a carnivore diet. Right? Why is that so imperative? Why is that such a big deal? Why do we have social conventions in a gynocentric social order that primarily serve that fantasy, that agency that women have between the ages of 18 and 28 years old doesn't decay? And I'm gonna play a clip here from Saad when he was talking about his sort of run-in. I guess he was locking horns with Paulina Porizkova. Drink? Did I get it wrong? And I thought his run-in with her was interesting because I think when Saad was talking about this, he had an exchange with her on Twitter, and I'm going to let him explain it. He's not a guest on the show, although God, please come on my show. You're the number one guy I really want on this show. But he had this kind of Twitter exchange with Paulina. And in fact, I think I'm going to throw this one out here for you really quickly. And it's interesting to me because the conflict that he's going through with Paulina here is something that I did with a woman named Robin Korth back in 2014. And I wrote an essay about it. I think I've talked about it once on this show, but it is almost identical to the same clash, the conflict, whatever, that I had with Robin back then. Now, nobody knows who I'm talking about, but you'll understand here in just a moment. Let me put him. God, this is all audio too, by the way, so we're just going to listen to it for now.
Hi, everybody. This is Saad. Yesterday, I saw a tweet from the Times regarding an interview that they had conducted with former supermodel Paulina Porizkova, and in the interview, she says, quote, "I walk into a party, I try to flirt with guys, and they just walk away from me to pursue someone 20 years younger. I'm very single, I'm dressed up, I've made an effort, nothing." So she's, for those of you who don't know, she's a supermodel, I guess, from the 80s, who is bemoaning at this point the fact that she doesn't have the same pull with men. So I responded to her because I thought that there was an important lesson here from an evolutionary perspective. And so I wrote, "Dear Paulina Porizkova, you are hardly invisible, but the fact that you do not have the same pull for some men is to be expected. I'm sure that innumerable men have been invisible to you as they approached you in your life. It's called reality. Dynamics change through life stages." And then all sorts of women started responding to me very angrily. One person said, "How dare you speak about this since you haven't lived that experience?" To which I responded, "You are a sharp one. How could a male gynecologist treat women when he's never experienced pregnancy or a menstrual cycle? And don't get me started on oncologists who've never had cancer. Frauds." So that the idea here is I'm not allowed to talk about this. I'm not allowed to talk about her pain at not being as popular with all men when she's now, I guess she's about my age, maybe 57. I don't have a right to talk about this because I haven't lived her experience. Of course, an entomologist who studies ants is a fraud, because how could he study ants? I mean, he's not an ant himself. So that's the kind of sharp luminaries we're dealing with. And then this morning I woke up and I was looking around and I saw that she had responded to many people, including myself, this meaning Paulina. And so to one person she writes, spoken like the dude that never got the hot girls. So then I responded to her, your response is rather nasty to the individual in question. Perhaps this partly explains your quote invisibility. It's always a good idea to age gracefully rather than wallowing in misplaced bitterness. Good luck. And then she writes to someone else, because the same guys who run the world today would have been long dead. Seems like evolution is serving only one section of the population. To which I responded, zero understanding of evolution. For most species, including human females, mate choice shaped the evolutionary trajectory of male morphology and male behavior. It's called sexual selection. So if anything, females in most species carry a lot more influence regarding the trajectory of the certainly male behavior and male morphology than the other way around. So if anything, evolution is a very feminist mechanism. And then finally, I noticed that she had responded directly to me when I had tried to, be very polite and say, look, it's up to for all of us to age gracefully. I mean, if I think about how I used to play soccer, I could just with a, quick move of the hip and my speed get by 4 players, whereas today I was being outrun by my 10-year-old's soccer team, players. That's not because there is the matriarchy that has made me be slower. It's because my speed when I was 19 is not the speed that I have when I'm 57. And therefore, recognizing where we are in life and accepting it is certainly something that I might be discussing in my next book on the recipe for the good life. So I was really trying to be polite to her. So she writes to me, sounds like you speak from experience. I guess the hot babes weren't interested in you, huh? So then my final response to her, this is an unbecoming response of a serious adult. You are stuck in your irreverent, sassy, narcissistic teenage years, but your birth certificate says otherwise. Stay classy. Oh, by
Savage.
the way, my wife is very beautiful on the inside and outside. Be well. Now, why am I taking the time on a Sunday morning to do this? Because it actually
Have a
speaks
blessed
to
day.
parasitized minds. In this case, Paulina believes that it's nasty, it's evil. Men are such pigs. They control evolution. Evolution only works for them. I used to be 20 years old where I could be nasty and mean and reject 1,000 guys in a night. And by the way, we know that she did that because look at her responses to me and all the other men who responded, hey, you can't get the hot girl. So she's still stuck
Who hurt
in
you?
that age when she was
That's
17.
who hurt you right there.
And so I used to, demand attention and expect attention from every single guy in the room. But now that I'm 57, I don't have that same pull. Well, look, it's those disgusting men. It's not fair. It's not right. I'm getting nothing. Well, guess what? I used to have an 8-pack that is the foundation of how they build statues of Greek gods. Today, I don't have that 8-pack. So therefore, I recognize that if I'm going to use my morphology to attract women, I'm going to have a harder time than when I was 19 and built like a god. Okay? It means I'm wedded to reality. Men's mate values increases with age because the attributes that women desire most, which is social standing, increases as a man goes through his life stages. Therefore, an 18-year-old, while he may be very attractive physically, doesn't typically carry as much weight on the mating market as a 38-year-old who may still be pretty attractive but is also a neurosurgeon and is socially dominant and is funny and has wisdom. So in every culture that's ever been studied, women rate your social status as much more important than, men rating the social status of women. This is a human universal. So men's lot on the mating market improves as they age. It's not because of a conspiracy. It's called biology. It's called reality. Women's
And there it
goes
is.
down. It goes down because Betty White is not as attractive to most men, may she rest in peace, I know that she passed away recently, than a 23-year-old nubile woman. That's not because the patriarchy is teaching men not to date and marry octogenarians. It's because mating preferences are rooted in adaptive solutions. Some of these adaptive solutions are the same across the sexes. Some are sex specific. It's called biology. It's called biology grade 9. But if you're a narcissist, if you've built your entire career on commanding attention of men, and now you're almost 60 and you say, boo hoo hoo, why aren't the super hot guys who are 30 as attracted to me when they could now get the attention of the 21-year-old? That's not fair. I used to be the 21-year-old who was super hot and everybody wanted me, and now I'm not. It must be because men are pigs. Evolution works for men's favor. That's what a parasitized mind does. What is good in life is to have a very clear understanding of the mechanisms that shape our trajectory. We age. We're not as sexually potent as we were when we were 20. We don't have the same abs. We don't run as fast on a soccer field. And by the way, the first one didn't apply to me. I'm just speaking generically. But in all seriousness, it is a fundamental feature of being a happy and well-adjusted person with a strong personhood to age gracefully. And I'm afraid that based on the responses that I've gotten directly from Ms. Paulina, she's not aging gracefully. So assume that this is some free psychological advice I'm giving you, Paulina, and to all other people out there who don't age gracefully. Accept your lot in life. As the Stoics explained to us, don't sweat things that you can't control. And you ultimately cannot control biology. You can't control reality. You can't control common sense. And no amount of conspiratorial patriarchal thinking, it's due to the patriarchy, is going to alter that. Have a good Sunday.
All right, there we go. Oh God, please come on my show, Saad. And by the way, Saad's wife is a fantastic cook too. I don't know if you guys follow her. So there you have it. That was the exchange between Paulina and Saad, the Godfather. He's a real Godfather. I'll give it up to him. In this incident, I would give it to him. Okay, let me pull that out. I got one more on Paulina before we leave Paulina for greener pastures here. I wanted to point out a few things that he was talking about throughout this whole thing. This is exactly what I have been talking about since 2014. I'm glad Saad is finally getting his red pill moment here. What'd you say? God's response is so good. You could end the show. You want me to? I'll just leave it right there. Bye-bye, guys. Thanks a lot. Try the veal. No, I do think it does require a little bit of explaining, because one of the things that I think Saad, and he would probably agree with this, it's just it wasn't really what he was talking about in this, is I think one of the problems that women have, particularly someone like Paulina Porizkova, did I get it? Is she, as he said, she made a living off of being a model. Well, the other thing that he's not really mentioning is that she was also married to Rick Ocasek from the Cars from back in the 80s. And there are some very interesting circumstances around that as well. Now, her background story is, I believe she is, I want to say she's Swedish, but she escaped like Czechoslovakia or something. Maybe she's not Swedish. I don't know. Maybe she went to Sweden or something. I can't remember what her background story is. But the thing is, at some point along the way, she came into contact with Rick Ocasek. Who is Rick Ocasek? Rick Ocasek is he's the bass player, really, but the primary singer and the songwriter for the Cars from the 80s, remember? Yeah. Anybody? I do. The Cars, go look them up. There you go. There's your musical appreciation tidbit today. Anyways, rock star, lots of money, especially during that time. He was MTV sweetheart here. They love that band back then, man. Let me tell you something. Shake It Up was a great album, and the ones before that were fantastic too. Candio was a great album. I love the Cars when they first came out, which is saying something because they weren't really my cup of tea. But like I liked their kind of harder stuff when they were sort of coming up. They were really just what I needed and that kind of stuff. But there was a point at which they came into contact with each other, and Paulina was 24 years old when she got married to Rick Ocasek, and Rick was 45 years old at that time. So we also have to take into consideration that during that time, I don't know if she was a centerfold, but I do know that she was certainly a quote unquote supermodel of that era. Oh, my autofocus. And I don't know that she did all that much beyond like magazine stuff and, cosmetic ads and stuff. But she was recently in the news because Rick Ocasek died in 2017 or 2018, somewhere around there. And, may he rest in peace. But he also wrote her out of his will, which is interesting because he'd been married to her for quite some time, and they were splitting up. They were divorcing at that time, and then he passed away. And before he passed away, he wrote her out of his will. And there's a legal dust up at that time. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I probably could have done a little more homework on that. But the salient point of all that is you have this woman who was 24 years old, who was arguably for 80s era time frame, was in the, at the prime or the peak of her sexual market value. If you go according to, let's see where to go. According to my, do I even know? Oh, there it is. If you go and you look at this, she was right there, man, right around that peak span at the top of her game, 23, 24 years old when she married, and she decided, what is it? Rich Cooper says, women don't care about the struggle. They wait at the finish line and they bang the winners. Rick Ocasek was a verifiable, confirmed winner at that time with gold albums, platinum albums all over MTV. Everybody knew who the Cars were. And, let's say he's an ugly dude, but he wasn't the best looking dude, certainly during that time frame. But who cares? The guy, who cares? He's a rock star. So game over. Yeah, I'll have you. And they have children together, I believe. And but if we go and you look at the time frame here, she was dead center in the party years, also known as the hoe phase here in the 21st century, and went through all that other bit of timeline right there. But she's married to a rock star who has a good chunk of change. Now, I don't know what the conditions or the context of their relationship was. I don't pretend to know, and I'm not going to say that I do. However, I will say this. One of the things that God Saad is running into here is he's dealing with I believe she's 57, 56, 57. Let's just round it off. 57 years old. And she is still using an adolescent social skill set. Clearly she is. She's using it. I mean, she knows what to say because she knows the victimhood narrative well enough to sort of get the attention that she wants. And that's why she's a big deal right now. Just for a brief moment. That's why she did that, like the commercial I led off with here. That's why she, hey, let's get her on there because we don't want ageism. We don't want that. We want to have her on here. And she is thin. And she, for her age, she looks still pretty good for a 56, 57-year-old woman. But she is not the same caliber as a woman who is 23, 24, 25 years old. She is no longer at the top of the pink bell curve. She's no longer there. In fact, she is, have a look down towards 55, 56, 57, where I pegged all that. Okay. That is because men have different prerequisites for sexual attraction, for arousal, certainly for attraction as well. She's not a bad looking girl, especially when you take her woman, when you take her in context with the fact that, 40% of the US population of women is obese, not overweight, obese. 75% of women in the United States are overweight. She is neither one of those, but she's the one that's on there complaining about how society works against us. And that's the crux of that debate between her and God Saad. It is what I've mentioned. This will probably be a theme throughout this year. And I've mentioned this last year, and I mentioned this in my book on religion, is we're not necessarily like, she's not a dumb person. She's just been programmed to believe in social constructionism. And when I saw that exchange on Twitter between her and God Saad, that's what I said. I mentioned this. And of course, everybody but dumb it down for me, Rollo. I don't understand what you mean. Okay, here's the bonehead basics here. Feels before reals or reals before feels. There you go. Done. See ya. I'm out. Bye. That's basically what it comes down to. Now, the college class on that is that Paulina Porizkova, whatever, Porizkova, Jovanovic, isn't that she from Zoolander, man? Her programming is social constructionism, which is pretty much the foundation of gynocentrism. It is more or less the foundation of woke council culture. And it is pretty much the foundation of anything that has once been something that was genuinely artistic, and now we've got to dumb it down, and now we've got to make it multicultural or multi-sexual, or we got to recognize 72 different genders. All of that is based on the difference and the divide and the war between emotionalism and empiricism. God is the empiricist. God, not God, but God is the empiricist too. But God Saad is the empiricist here, and Paulina is the emotionalist here. And he's fighting an uphill battle. I know, because I've been doing it for a goddamn long time.
You're goddamn right.
Yes. And so I saw this immediately when that was going down. And I mentioned that in that Twitter thread, and of course it gets buried under God. No, you must be hurt, God. That's the last brain cell firing for an emotionalist. Who hurt you? What was your childhood like? Well, you don't care. You just want to change this from an empirical conversation to an emotional conversation. And that's really what it boils down to. And that's what I got into with Robin Korth all the way back in 2014. I'm going to just read you little snippets of that here in just a second, but just to tie this up with a nice little bow. But the theme for today's show, and really going to be probably the rest of this year on this show, is the divide or the war or the conflict between social constructionism versus reality. And even God Saad mentioned that here. It's reality. Yeah, it sucks getting old for a woman. I completely understand, which of course is why the 18 years, or excuse me, the 10 years between 18 and 28 is so vital a time for women. So between 18 and 28 years old, you've got to figure out what you're going to do for the rest of your life. You've got to be able to nail down that guy, lock down that guy. And you know what Paulina did? She locked down a rock star. She locked down Rick Ocasek from the Cars. And, I don't know what the will situation. I don't know how much money she's got. I don't know what I should have looked that up. Somebody look that up for me. How much is Paulina Porizkova worth? If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's from Zoolander. How much is she worth? What's her net worth? I'm sure it's somewhere. She's not a poor. I got a feeling that she looks like that, and she's in the limelight, or she's somewhat a B-list celebrity right now. I got a feeling she's not, it looks like she's starving, right? But I don't think she's poor. And I hear a lot of, I think she's a valuable illustration for us in the red pill and for red pill awareness, because what she represents is the difference between what men find attractive and what women find attractive. And when men get to be 36, 37 years old, just as God Saad was saying here, completely validating this, right? 36, 37 years old takes longer for men to mature into their peak potential than it does women. Clearly, she's 24 years old. She used that and she leveraged that and she was smart about it. Now, comes from a different generation. Yes, I guess she would be Gen X, maybe. I don't think how old would she be? She would have been 1960. 63, 64, somewhere around there. Maybe she's just on the cusp of the baby boom versus Gen X. And so clearly from a different time period, but I mean, the hypergamy and this kind of stuff, maybe you can adjust the ages a little bit, but not by much. I mean, there's a season in women's lives where they're more sexually marketable, but that's not what women want to hear, as Saad was talking about. They don't want to hear that they are less marketable. They don't want to hear. They don't want to be reminded of the agency that they used to have. So I make this joke all the time, but I think it's funny because I think women take it seriously. There's a reason why they call the store Forever 21 and not Forever 41, because that's the age at which women would love to go back in their brains, love to go back in time to that era, to that time, because that's when they were at their peak of agency. That's when they had the most attention. That's when they had the most potential to lock down the winner who's crossing the finish line. Now, I've talked about that before when I say, most women can't do that. They have to make a bet on a guy for his potential once he gets to 35, 36, or 37 years old and build a life with that guy along the way. So what she's doing, she's trading. If you think about it in terms of the party years there, 18 to 28, that sexual capital, that agency, that power that she has, think of that as a sense of like capital or currency. And she's got to make a bet. If she can't find a Rick Ocasek at 24 years old, she's got to find a guy who might be a Rick Ocasek. He has the potential. They just got to wait it out a little bit more. He's still working his way up. He's not quite there yet. He hasn't matured into it. He doesn't know, the industry, whatever it is, but he's a good dude. He's hot. He's fun right now. He's a little bit older than me, yada, yada. Now in Rick Ocasek's, case, he was 45. So that's not him, but a guy who's, 3 to 7 years older than she is. That's the guy that she has to make a bet on. Paulina didn't have to make a bet. She already found it. He wanted her and she was like, game on, let's go. And so at 24 years old, she kind of was like, I want to say her maturity was frozen in time right there. It was frozen at 24 years old. And I did a full dedicated show to the adolescent social skill set. Now, this is not picking on women because there's guys that have adolescent social skill sets as well. But when it comes to women, it's usually they're locked into that adolescent mindset right around 18 to 24, somewhere in there. And it's usually as a result of they had a baby too early. They got married too early. I think this is me spitballing here, but I think one of the reasons why when women today get married earlier in life, they are more prone to divorce. So when a woman gets married at, like, say 18, 19 years old, or even the guy as well, the incidence of divorce for younger married couples is through the astronomically higher. I mean, compared to the rest of the bell curve, if they're getting married at all. So I'm looking at that in terms of like across like multiple generations, like 4 generations there. But the incidence for that is I think that when women get out of that, when a woman gets married at, like, say 18 or 19, as a result of like maybe an unplanned pregnancy or whatever, and then suddenly she finds herself single at 32 or 33 and she wants to get back into the sexual marketplace, she's still operating from a mindset that was frozen in time back when she was 18 years old. What I think we're seeing in Paulina right now is something very similar, but like much more exaggerated. So her mindset right now, and I'm not saying she hasn't matured at all. Obviously she has, but I think her mindset with respect to the sexual marketplace, or the men should find her attractive. I do everything. Like did everything to look hot and cute and everything. And all these guys want to do. And I'm 57 years old. She's not 37. She's not 47. She's 57 years old with a mindset and the mentality that men should be as forthcoming with arousal and attraction for her as they did when she was 24 years old, right before she met Rick Ocasek. And that, I think, is kind of a dirty trick that a gynocentric society plays on women. And this is where I have just a smidge of sympathy for women, because that's really the blue pill for women. Is the idea is promoted in cosmetics, in popular music, in certainly social media, all over social media, in our popular narratives, in our storytelling, really ever since, like, say, the 1970s. is that it doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter how fat you are. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter what, if you're Quasimodo. Like, for instance, oh man, oh God, I just thought of this. So of The Witcher, if you saw my video, by the way, on Friday when I did the show with Trial of Ascension, I was joking about how, when I take my hat off and I've got my beautiful flowing locks going, it's The Witcher, right? Well, if you watch The Witcher, the character of Yennefer that is in The Witcher, and I'm going to geek out on you for just a quick second, she is the ultimate fantasy of not only this social order, like not only this, evergreen sexuality, but it's also the rags to riches story. She was once ugly. She was once Quasimodo. I mean, literally, hunchback. Hi, I'm Jennifer. Like that was a deliberate plot structure of the first season. And what she's done is she's gone from being the ugly duckling, the Quasimodo, to being the hot girl with magical, mystical powers, also a female archetype, a force of nature, the mystical, magical oracle of Delphi. But she's gone from, twisted and broken to the girl that gets in the bathtub with the Witcher. that is some majorly that is definitely a sex rags to riches fantasy that I think that a lot of women would like to subscribe to, going from nothing to being empowered via whatever it is that brought her up to that point, and then getting in the hot tub with the bathtub, whatever it was, with Geralt of Rivia. All right. So I think that we sell women the idea that their sexuality and their agency is evergreen. Now, the reason I bring this up is because the power dynamic, agency that comes from women's sexuality decays along with that sexuality. So when a woman gets to be, I think one of the reasons why you'll see the older women on, like, say, Fresh and Fit or in Kevin Samuels, when they get to be 34, 35, 36 years old, they get very upset and very bitter when the other women who are younger than them are being held accountable by the host of whatever show we're looking at. And so that woman who's like 34 to 36 years old, they get like that, like Giga Karen on last March's show. I guess I'll just die alone. Yeah. Statistically speaking, that is a distinct possibility. And I'm not gleefully going, yeah, good, go. Yeah, go, screw that girl. That's not what I'm saying. Get him. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not gloating over that. It's the fact. It's the statistic. And I hope you find someone else. I said the same thing to Michaela Peterson, who, by the way, has got a 23-year-old guy, which, boy, that sort of put a whole new spin on that show, didn't it? But statistically speaking, a woman who is 30 years old with a child in tow is much less sexually marketable than a woman who is 23 years old, fresh and perky tits and ready to go. So same thing with Paulina Porizkova. Now, the reason why she's notable is because she's 57 years old and still going on 25, going on 24 in her mentality, and clearly displayed because she's like, well, I guess the hot girls didn't like you back in the day, huh? Godzad. That was the first thing out of her mouth. That was the first instinctive, reflexive snapback. And of course, there's dozens and dozens of responses going, yeah, I bet he was ugly. I bet he was one of those guys you wouldn't want to have sex with. He was a perma-virgin, which is completely untrue, because if you know anything about God Saad, he used to play soccer. And I don't know about an 8-pack, but I don't know, maybe it was an 8-pack. That dude used to be in like way better shape back in the day. But we get older, right? Men have a longer shelf life than women do. We have a longer viability in the sexual marketplace than women do, because we're not held to the same standards. We're not, well, standards, but we're actually held to higher standards in most ways. But we have the potential, men have a potential to be more viable for longer on the sexual marketplace, as I showed you right here, than women do. Women's agency, their peak potential, burns hot and bright and fast, and it's gone by 38 usually, if not sooner than that. Women can make themselves much more, much more or less marketable depending on how well they accept that, as Saad was saying. But for men, it's a much longer burn. I was reading, I don't agree with this, but I did read an article, and I think it might have been in like Huffington Post or The Atlantic, where they were saying that a man's peak sexual market years was actually around 50. And I'm like, well, how flattering, thank you. But I don't think so. But I understand how they come to that, because men, particularly in like, say, Hollywood or in male celebrities, you look at the longevity of Sean Connery. Look at the longevity of the continued longevity of Leonardo DiCaprio. Look at the continued longevity of any of these guys. Like, what was it? Hugh Jackman voted sexiest man alive by People magazine when he hit 40 years old. Jason Momoa, which we're going to talk about coming up next, 42 years old. That's Jason freaking Momoa. Okay. Now I'm going to show you something. Actually, now that we're on this topic, let's just show you. I got to show you this. This is Lenny Kravitz. You know how old? Go look, and somebody go Google how old Lenny Kravitz is. I'll wait. I know. Lenny Kravitz is 57 years old, at least in this shot anyways. This was back in September of 2021. This wasn't even that long ago. I pulled this off his Twitter feed. That's Lenny fucking Kravitz, who has, biologically speaking, the most potential to be at least sexually arousing to women in the long term, who has the potential to be more attractive in both alpha fucks and beta buck side of hypergamy the longest. When it comes to what male and female sexual strategies are primarily, based upon, which sex has the most potential. Not that men make that most of that potential. Absolutely, they don't. But this, Lenny Kravitz, that's maximized potential at 57 years. The dude is he's 3 years away from 60 years old. So who has the more peak potential? Women know this. It's so unfair. It's so unfair that Lenny can be 57 and be Lenny. I will guarantee it. Now, I'm proselytizing here. Lenny could go into a club and certainly pick up with a chick who's mid-20s. Easy, very easily. And not because he's got a shit ton of money, because he looks like that. He's Lenny Kravitz. That's why it's funny. Here's a great one. I was saving this for the Jason Momoa thing here, but that's Jason and Lisa Bonet. Jason Momoa is 42. She is 54 in this. And I watched a little bit of what Donovan Sharp was talking about when we were looking at that. Now they're splitting up. That's why this is in the news. And I was going to talk about this for a little bit. So you've got Jason Momoa, you've got Lisa Bonet, and you've got Lenny Kravitz here. Why am I bringing up Lenny Kravitz? Because Lenny Kravitz used to get with Lisa Bonet. They used to be together. Now, there's the 3 years, because she's 54 and Lenny is now 57 years old. So you got those two. Let me tell you something. When you're Lenny Kravitz at 57 years old and Jason Momoa is getting with your leftovers, yeah, that's maximizing your peak potential right there. So that, not a man crush. I don't, homo, whatever. But I mean, I just work here, man. I just present the facts, ma'am, only the facts. So when that's part of what I wanted to look at here. Now I'm going to talk a little bit more about Jason and Lisa here in a little while, but that's the potential that I'm talking about. And I think that on some level of consciousness, put that on a shirt, merch. I think that women realize that old men can, not saying all do. In fact, very precious few of them actually do, but I would say more than women. Men have more peak potential than women do, and it burns longer than women do. But when you get to that point where she's finally free and clear of Rick Ocasek, who's only been in the ground for 4 years now. Yeah, she wants to get out there. She wants to start circulating. And that's another part of this whole narrative I wanted to talk about is hypergamy never dies. It never dies. We're going to talk about Betty White. Oh, Betty White's cute. She's empowered. Yeah, okay. But Betty White didn't make a career off of, her. Betty White was never a supermodel. So let's just take her out of this equation for the time being. She's not doing, Betty White, to my knowledge, was not doing, I don't know, cosmetic commercials when she was 50 some odd years old. Maybe she did. She was never known for she was known for Golden Girls. I'll tell you what's funny is like when she was in her late 50s or like mid to late 50s, she was on Golden Girls and she was portraying a character that was probably late 60s to early 70s at 57 years old. That's what, at least she understood how to sort of, play an older character, even though she was, that was the whole shtick of the show, and it was a successful show. But women love to be objectified. And I know that's going to sound really controversial. Oh, I don't want to be a sexual object. Well, sorry, but you are. And women love to be sexually objectified. Women would rather be objectified than idealized. And that's actually from my first book. That's a quote from my first book, The Rational Male. Go get it on Amazon. Women would rather be objectified than be idealized. What does that mean, Rollo? Well, what that means is that women would rather generate attention through their primary agency, which is sexuality, than have people hold them up as their one, their one-itis, their soulmate, their idealized chick. Oh, you're so pretty. That's the idealization. The objectification is, men are going to objectify women. That's part of our natural biology. That's part of our brains. When we're looking at, and again, here we are, 21st century. We have this data. I've looked this up. I've quoted it in two books. I quoted it in Preventive Medicine and Positive Masculinity. When men see a half-naked woman, when men see the chick in the bikini, when you see her on the Sports Illustrated, cover of the swimsuit edition, what happens is when men get damn, that's hot. I wouldn't get with that. When you see that, men objectify women. It triggers a part of our brains that is associated with tool use. And I should probably I could probably dedicate an entire, at least a short episode to that. Men innately, naturally objectify women as sex objects. Women objectify men as success objects. And that, by the way, is not my quote. Neither is it Rich Cooper's quote. That is straight from Why Men Are the Way They Are by Dr. Warren Farrell, which is where I pulled the quote from. Women see men as success objects. Men see women as sex objects. But which one do we run up the flagpole? Which one do we have the most problem with? Well, women who see men as success objects are gold diggers. Well, yeah, as long as we're in a context of social constructionism, yes. But women see love, they see men in terms of opportunism. Women will not allow themselves to become emotionally invested in a man unless he meets certain criteria. And a lot of those criteria, you want to talk about double standards? Oh, it's an unfair double standard. Rollo needs to do a show about double standards. I have, man. Look at my library before you start asking me for show requests. I've already done that show. And this is what it was about. It's like men have a laundry list. Like have a list of 2, maybe 3 requirements for women. Be hot, be available. Maybe don't have a kid. Number 3. And even that number 3 is open to discussion, no negotiation. Be hot, be available. Women, be hot, have a job, be on top of your game, be more educated, be taller than me, love your mom, want kids, love puppy dogs, be funny, be, spiritual, be what, like just on and on and on and on. Just look at any woman's dating profile today and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Is that not a double standard? No, men, if they have sex with a lot of girls, then they're superheroes. And if women do it, then they're sluts. Yeah, because that's the way we're wired. Just as God was saying, that's the reality versus the social construction that says, well, women should be able to bang as many guys as men do. That make them assume. How come women don't get to be superheroes for having, 1,400 notch count in half an hour? How come they don't get that? Because we're not wired for that. It's the human machine. It's also your evolutionary firmware. Again, social construction versus reality versus empiricism versus here's the nuts and bolts. Well, this is the way it should be. Well, if and buts were cherries and nuts, it'd be Christmas every day. And that's not how it works. So this is a very common misunderstanding amongst women, because what happens then is this. And to move the narrative along here just a little bit, when we look at the party years and we look at that the peak agency years between, say, like 18 and 28 years old there, then of course she gets to the epiphany phase when women get to the point where they have to acknowledge that they can no longer compete at the same level that they used to. And I know Donovan Sharp was just talking about what was it? Hitting the wall. And again, yes, I know a lot of guys, particularly MGTOW, black pill doomers, whatever. You're either too happy or you're too pissed off about that. Oh, the woman can get laid anytime she wants to. Even Paulina Porizkova, she can go. Do you think that this chick? Hold on a second. Where is it? This girl right here. Do you think she's just like, you know what? Any guy will do. Come on, boys. Do you think that at 57, is that what she's looking for? She's been married to Rick Ocasek for God knows how long, since 85, 86. I don't know. But she's not looking for just any old dude. So that's one thing. So in this respect, she doesn't want anybody to think that she's hit the wall. Has that woman hit the wall? Yes, she has, actually. She's hit the wall up here. Just because a woman is hot, it doesn't mean she hasn't hit the wall. And so when guys are like, they're either too happy or they're too sad about the wall. And again, yes, I've done an entire episode about the wall. If you have questions, go look it up. You know what? I'll tag it here in just a second. But go look that up. But women do not hit the wall here. They just certainly do, but they don't. They hit it here before they hit it here. So you got a woman who's like 34 years old and she's just an absolute smoke show, right? I don't care how hot that chick is at 38 years old. Sarah, I'm talking to you. At 38 years old, you are not as hot as you were when you were 28 or 31. Again, the store is called Forever 21, not Forever 41, because you know this. Your sexual market agency is perishable. And as a result of that, since your sexuality is intimately connected to your agency and your power, you become less and less powerful the older and older you get. And that's really what Paulina is complaining about. She's complaining about the fact that she's powerless now because her sexual agency has decayed. In fact, I should probably even just read this here really quickly. This is what she said to the LA Times. This is out of the article that she was just talking about. That I think this is where Saad picked up on this. Excuse me, I'm just getting over something. We are in a society set up for women who look like little girls. No, we're not. Because 40% of women in the United States are obese. Go look at what's the latest. Somebody showed me a cover of a magazine. I can't remember. I don't know, I'm not unfamiliar with the name, but it's like this huge black woman that's on there. She's just a beast. And that's defining my own beauty. Nike does the same thing. Living my truth. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. We do not have a society set up for women that look like little girls. Absolutely 100% categorically false. Porizkova says that shouldn't be okay with us. With who? You? Women? Who? Who should it be okay with, or who should not be okay with it? We need a collective movement to fight ageism. Again, ageism, body fat acceptance, pretty much they're branches of the same tree. But it requires a bending of the sisterhood, which just hasn't happened. What's interesting to me is that she used the term sisterhood because we're going to define what's hot, guys. So you should find women my age hot. You should find women who are grossly, morbidly obese hot. And if you can't, that's a problem with you. Well, where do women get that idea? Okay, that's the logic. I mean, seriously, to the point where we will put that into popular culture and we will put that into our advertising. Advertising agencies say the same thing. They'll use that same logic for whatever it is. Where do they get that? How do we come to thinking that? Because we didn't do that in the 80s. We had wet t-shirt contests and we had freaking Heather Locklear and Heather Thomas. Heather Thomas was hotter than Heather Locklear. Sorry, not sorry. Fight me. Heather Thomas was hotter than Heather Locklear. Remember the Fall Guy? But we had hotter chicks. We had better music and hotter chicks. And nobody worried about that. Nobody said anything about that. It's only now that we have this, but this is definitely a generational thing for sure. But she's not from that generation. She's not from this generation. She's from my generation. She's Gen X. As far as I know, she's Gen X. You know, I mean, and again, not bad looking. Certainly not for her age. I mean, there are chicks right now who are probably 25, 26 years old who are in the gym sweating it out, listening to me say this right now, who would love to have that kind of figure. Now, maybe not that old, but certainly that profile, you know, to be of that weight class for sure. Bantam weight, whatever, lightweight, bantamweight, whatever it is. They would love to be that, but they ain't that. And what kills me is she's dragging out this old order ideal that we, like, men only want little girls. We only want this, you know, feminine chicks. We only want these little, you know, petite little, you know, blow away in a strong wind. No, the thing you're facing right now is you're finally, Paulina, if you're watching, you're finally coming to terms with the wall that you didn't really have to when you were with Rick Ocasek, when you were living that lifestyle for as long as you did. You didn't have to worry. Oh, I couldn't get any work because I'm old. Yeah. Yeah. Hell, even Scarlett Johansson is talking about how tough it is for women. And she's, what, 36, 37, something like that. Yeah. Women become less marketable in Hollywood and it's supermodels the older they get. But not to say anything about, let's see, I got to show you this one. Hang on. Not to hear Christy Brinkley talk about it. Here's Christy. That's Christy Brinkley. Christy Brinkley like blazed this trail. She's 10 years older. 10 years older than Paulina. Maybe they could do like a buddy comedy or something like that. You know, and then they could go to Jamaica and like, you know, hot guys who are like, I don't know, hot guy in the foam cannon party. You can show them in the foam cannon party. This is how like mature porn starts. Right? Somebody tell me I'm right. Christy Brinkley is just weeks away from turning 68 years old. But she's not about to hang up her string bikinis just yet. On Sunday, the 67-year-old supermodel shared a selfie that shares her beating back the January blues in black bikini worn underneath a cream crotcheted. Crotcheted? Is crotchet a verb now? Cover up, checking out her reflection in a full-length mirror while applying lip gloss. The mom of three who appears to be vacationing in the Caribbean. You know, if you're like Billy Joel right now, like how disgusted are you? Well, probably not, because he's got a lot of money. Here she is, 60, soon to be 68 years old. All right. There you go. I'm sure there's porn. There's a niche of porn for this chick. Still doing it. I still got it, guys. Is this? Oh, I can do it. There you go. Oh, well, it looks like a nice place. Where'd she go? Anyways, you guys, this is boring shit. You don't want to see Christy Brinkley. Okay. Nice place. Where'd she go? Okay. So there's Christy for you. 60, 67. Don't let that stop you. Why not 77 too? All right. Shouldn't it be evergreen? So what does evergreen mean, Rollo? There you go. That's evergreen. That's the idea that it never stops. The train never stops rolling. The agency and the power that you have doesn't have to die when you're 68 years old, or shouldn't have to die at 68 years old. And if you just gaslight yourself and convince yourself that it's all social constructionism, it's all society that is promoting this stuff, no way. No. Go look up seriously, go back in time. Go look up the shots. Go Google the shots of both of those chicks. You'll see. There's not much, because a lot of people get the two Heathers confused. Back in the day, yeah. That and the fact that Tommy Lee had the other one. So there you have that. I wanted to also give you just a couple of things here. Now, last but not least, on the ageism whole thing, is the idea that women cannot separate that sexual market value from personal worth. And I won't give you the Mother Teresa analogy again, but to make a point, women have a problem with conflating sexual market value with their own personal worth. So when I started this whole discussion out, the first thing I said is that women's primary agency in life is their sexuality. How dare he? He's a very mean man. He's mean. He told on us. Well, the fact of the matter is that we, particularly in a society that values youth and beauty and fertility in women, and it's not society, it's men. That's since the time we were, on living in hunter-gatherer tribes, that's what we selected for. Hot and available. Is she good for having sex? Is she good for having babies? Proximate cause, sex. Ultimate cause, babies. Is that where she's at? Because that's what I'm after. Sorry, not sorry. That's just how it works out. And you know what? The more chicks that I have sex with, the more reproductively viable I am as a guy. Is that validation? No, it's not. It's not about male validation. It's about simple facts. The more women I have sex with, the more potential I have for having more children. Now, we thwart that with hormonal birth control, or any birth control for that matter, today, but that's the nuts and bolts of it. It's not about right or wrong at this stage. It's just about what is, not what should be or what's good or bad. Yeah, is it bad? Sure. Well, you can make those cases. That's not the conversation I'm having. The conversation I'm having is that's what men select for. So what happens is women tend to conflate their egos with that agency, with their ability to attract, with their ability to generate attention. If you've read the first book, available on Amazon, I go into a chapter there called Your Attention, Please. And one of the quotes I put in there is, attention is the coin of the realm in girl world. That's how women establish dominance hierarchies, amongst themselves. Who generates the most attention? And who generates the best quality attention? And the best quality attention is always going to be the guy who is the alpha. Is it going to be Jason Momoa, or is it going to be Lenny Kravitz? Whose attention is worth more? Lenny Kravitz or Jason Momoa? I would argue Jason Momoa now, but keep that in your mind. Like, see, these are things to sort of contemplate when you're sitting on the toilet sometime. Who's generates more? But the problem is that, and this is what I got into in the Robin Korth essay back in 2014, is that women conflate their values. They believe that sexual market value is their value as a human being. I can't believe ROLLO would objectify women and say that we're opportunistic and that our value is only our sexuality. No, I'm saying your sexual market value is separate and different from, you might be a saint. As I said, you might be Mother Teresa. It doesn't mean I want to fuck you. And what happens is when women have a problem with me saying that, or even referring to it as sexual market value, that's when they go, well, so I'm worthless because I'm ugly, or I'm old, I'm fat, I'm not attractive, so I'm worthless. No, you don't have the same agency as you used to. You might be Sheryl Sandberg. You might have a lot of power and a lot of money, and you might be very influential, but that doesn't mean that guys want to fuck you because of it. That's the separation. But what happens is women conflate sexual market value with personal worth. And that's exactly what Paulina is riding on in all of that whole thing. She's riding on the idea that men are these horrible, like as God Saad said, there's these horrible, evil guys. And they will only want one thing, and it's disgusting. Well, the way we get to that joke is because women conflate sexual market value with their personal worth. And I understand why they do that, because if you're a woman, especially in modern times, you've got an OnlyFans account and you're 18 years old and you're living on top of the world and you're making more money than God, and suddenly you hit 28 and you're not making that kind of money after 10 years and you're not as viable, let's just say, as you used to be, then it's easier to say it's men's fault than it is to accept the real truth that, you know what, I should have planned better and I should have looked forward. I should have had some more foresight and saved my shekels and moved on and found a guy or consolidated on something better. If I'm going to live alone, you might as well live comfortably, ladies. But if you're there, if you're not living comfortably at 36 years old, it's a failure in insight and it's a failure in foresight. So don't, I said this all the time, like guys, I'll get throw rocks at me, right? I get people who throw rocks at me for saying that I'm not against women voting. I'm not against women being empowered. I'm not against them being in the workplace or in the college or whatever it is. Ladies, go do you. Go for it. Don't put the consequences of your going for it back on me. That's what I'm saying. Because that's where Paulina Porizkova is right now. And that's the problem that she had with God Saad. Because she wants men to be accountable for the way she's feeling at that moment. She wants men to be accountable for not finding her, being forthcoming with their arousal. And of course, again, it's got to be the right guy to be aroused by this chick who's now, back in the sexual, marketplace after 45 years, something like that, or 33 years. Okay. So yeah, that's the way it works. And you know what? I think on some level of consciousness, I think women realize that's the truth of it. And rather than deal with the empirical reality of it and plan accordingly, it's easier to say, men made me feel bad. Rollo made me feel bad because he quoted stats. Okay, well, sorry, but that's the rules. I didn't make the rules. I just report the news. All right, so that's that part there. So the takeaway from all of this, and I wonder if I had a quote here for you. I do have the Robin Korth thing up here, but I don't think I want to dig too deep into it because really what it was is conflating values. So one of the major problems women have, and more than ever, or more than even some red pill men have, is conflating the sexual market value with their intrinsic personal value as a human being. Okay. It needs to be emphasized that while personal value is influential in the sexual sexual market value is distinct from your value as a human being. I'm stressing this because in the age of Disney princess empowerment, this conflation of the two has become the go-to social convention. And it's not just for women, but primarily for women because that's where they find their agency from. What Robin Korth suffers from is presuming her personal value is her sexual market value. It's disruptive to her self-perceptions and ego investments when that presumption is challenged by a man who doesn't want to fuck her for reasons based on intrinsic value she believes she's entitled to by virtue of maturity and imaginings of self-sufficiency. Just as women aren't aroused by men's own self-concepts of virtuousness and aspirations of higher purpose, men aren't aroused by whatever ephemeral self-perceptions a woman has of herself. Okay? So I won't read you. I'll spare you the whole thing there, but that was the nuts. That was really the salient part of that old essay from 2014 I wrote about Robin Korth. So God Saad, you just had your Robin Korth moment. So I think in a social sense, when you are taught as a woman at every stage of maturity, there's a social convention waiting for you to say it's either men's fault or you can have it all. You can still be hot and sexy at 57 years old. You can be hot and sexy, and men should want you at being morbidly obese. They should find you irresistibly arousing because it's what's on the inside that counts, not what's on the outside. And that is a ridiculous, unless of course nobody says, hey man, this guy's like morbidly obese. How come he's not hot? Well, he's not the hot guy in the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break. He's not the hot fireman in the fireman calendar. That's okay. Like, as I keep saying, women have a higher standard of physical, male beauty than men will ever have of women. But we don't talk about that because we live in a gynocentric social order. So, all right, let's see if I can catch up to some of these. I am definitely not going to get to all of these Actually, I'm going to thank you, Sam, for staying on top of my supers here, but I'm going to just read these rather than try to put them on the screen for the time being, except for you, Ahmed Dazuja66. Okay. Let's see. Chris Penman says, Rollo's the B-52 of truth bombs. Thank you. Concerned Citizen gave me some Czech dollars. I don't know. What's CZK? What currency is that? Hi, Rollo. Your last stream, you mentioned that nature versus nurture debate is over. Can I have some reading about this? Thanks. Yes, I will. Give me funny. You should talk about that because we'll get to that later on today. Let's see. Rollo should have a course on how to make these thumbnails. Ancient Chinese secret, my friend. I should, and I should charge top friggin' dollar for it now. Let's see. King Rob says, the more they lose their agency, the more they move the goalposts back. By the way, Devil Mountain Coffee, you're welcome. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you. One of these days, I'm going to do a pre-show. I'm going to show you what I do, what my ritual is before I come on and do this show, because it has a lot to do with Devil Mountain Coffee, and maybe they'll give me an endorsement. Guys, please. Just free coffee. I by the way, I don't get paid by Devil Mountain Coffee. I just do it because I like this. I like that brand because it amps me up, as you can tell. And no, I'm not on freaking meth or crank or whatever else. This is my crank right here. I'll tell you, this is crank enough, man. Devil Mountain Coffee, by the way, is the highest. Thank you, Rugby, for this. It's the highest caffeine content you can get in a coffee, as far as I know. So if I seem like I'm like, hey, Rollo's all animated, that's why. That's my diet: caffeine and stress. And it's been more stress than caffeine lately. Infamous Rifle. Sam is quick on the draw. I can't get a ban in. Thank you for staying on top of that, because fake Rollo showed his ugly head early on today. Sam Whiskey, Stacy's mom has got it going on. I really wish I could have used that song to come in on today's show. Vinny, God's response is so good you could end the show right then and there. Thank you. Renegade Show, poor Paulina, still asking who's going to drive her home. She was in that video, wasn't she? I think she was like the chick that was in Drive Her Home video, and I'm pretty sure Rick Ocasek wrote it about her too. All right. Pat Stedman's Polish passport. Pat, since I know you're in the chat right now, I have to personally thank. We're going to stop the show just really very briefly here. Let's see. How should we stop the show? We'll just, here we go.
I'm attacking the darkness.
Yes. Okay. So Pat Stedman's Polish passport. You are cool enough to go on Chris Williamson's show. We didn't even go on, but you put the question in for his Q&A as to whether I was going to go on his show or if he was going to bring me on or whatever. And Chris's response, I was going to actually do like a quick hit video on it. And I thought, you know what? I don't want, that's just bullshit. It's just like talking about people. If he wants to come and ask me to be on the show, you know where to find me. Tim Pool, you know where to find me. Joe Rogan, you know where to find me. Jordan Peterson, whoever, you know where to find me. Michaela certainly did. You know where to find me. So, So anyways, Pat Stevens, Polish passport. OMG, Chris Williamson would say that Dr. Saad is being nasty. Yeah, he would actually, because I saw the thing where he was talking about God Saad as well. I guess Rob Henderson won't be going on Dr. Saad's channel either because he sounds mean. That too. Chris Williamson, by the way, is was he a male model or some shit like that? And he was on what is it? Total Drama Island, whatever the reality show was. I don't know. He's got it. He's trying to get a podcast off the ground. I would give him I might even play a little piece of something he's got later on. But yeah, it's like, oh, I don't know about that Rollo guy. Rob Henderson he's got a doctorate. Yeah, but everything I talk about on the show, I've quoted Rob Henderson like probably more. Well, maybe Steve Stewart Williams, but Rob Henderson is probably my number one quoted guy on this show to back up the principles I've been talking about for 20 years. He's mean. He sounds gleeful. He sounds like, get her. I don't want to alienate 50% of my audience. I'm sure you don't, Chris. I'm sure you don't. That's all I had to hear. Yeah, I understand. Nobody's gleeful about this. I just work here, man. That's why that's a thing. That's why I say that all the time. I hold up a mirror and you got to want to look into it. And sometimes it's not how I'm delivering the news. It's not how I'm delivering the information. It's the information itself. It's unflattering. Tony G, talking empiricism to social constructionism is like describing the color red to somebody who has been colorblind since birth. Yes. I'm glad you brought that up, Tony, because I promise I'll be as concise about this as I can. In my fourth book, I talk about exactly this: believers versus empiricists. I'm not saying one or the other is right or wrong, whatever. I was analyzing the difference in communication and the difference in purpose between the two of those mindsets, those ways of thinking about things. So, for example, the easiest way to describe this is believers are looking for what's right and wrong. Like, is he right or wrong for bringing up the fact that hypergamy is a thing? Is he right? He must be a mean man. There must be, who hurt you? There must be something wrong with you. Because and a believer, and I use that term in the sense of like an emotional, like we're looking for an emotional answer, looking for, right or wrong answer, judgment answers, as opposed to getting to the truth. That's really what empiricism is about. And I pulled this quote, by the way, from God Saad, is I have an obligation to objective truth. And God Saad would probably agree with the same thing. I remember when God Saad was on Joe Rogan, and he was talking about exactly that same thing. And about empiricism and belief and emotions and this stuff like that. It got to the point where God Saad was looking at Rogan and he goes, fuck your emotions. That's why I want you on the show. God Saad is like savage when it comes to that shit. But it's true. We're not having the same conversation. We don't have the same end goal in the debate. So when guys like hit me up and like Pat Stedman or whoever else, like with that other dork from, Coach White Pill or whatever his name. I can't, what's the dude's name? I forget his name. Anyways, well, the White Pill dude that's working with Anthony. I want to debate you. Debate me. For what? Tell me what we're debating. And that disconnect right there is the difference between belief and empiricism. Like if I can show you, like if you want to talk about a particular topic, if you want to, that's really what debate is. We're trying to get to the truth of the thing. I'm happy to do that. But if you're going to have it, it's going to be an emotional belief set thing. You're a bad person. Why? Well, that's just opinion to me. I'm just looking for, when Chris Williamson calls me being gleeful about relating all of this information to guys, it's like, no, maybe some guys are. I'm not, oh, he should be less sarcastic. And well, I still got to be entertaining, ass hat. You know that. You got your own show too. But you're not having the same conversation. An empiricist and a believer have different goals for that debate or argument or whatever it is. Like an empiricist wants to get to what is true. Like is 2 + 2 is 4. Is that true? Let's find out. Okay, have the debate and talk about it. Okay, yeah, it turns out 2 + 2 is 4. You get to the belief, it's like, well, 2 + 2 is 4 makes me feel bad or makes me feel good. Let's talk about that. It's right or it's wrong to talk about math in this context. And you get a talking past each other. I brought this up about, I think it was almost like this time last year when I was on Fresh and Fit, and I went on with Hotep Jesus, and we were doing the after hours show, and this is before Fresh and Fit was Fresh and Fit, and we're on there with the girls, and I am Mr. fucking Wizard on there. I'm like Mr. Professor. So I'll give you the empirical data. I'll tell you, here's why you feel the way that you do. Here's why you're coming to that conclusion. And I can nuts and bolts mathematically, statistically, evo psych, evo bio, anthropology, sociology, whatever, ology you want to throw. And I sound like a freaking computer. Meanwhile, Hotep Jesus is vibing with these girls. Now, Hotep Jesus knows pretty much everything that I know, but he's playing the game rather than me trying to explain the game. And that's the difference in the conversation. So women are much more and emotional men, or men who have this mind, who've been trained to be emotionalists, are much more open to vibing, as opposed to getting down to, nuts and bolts, getting down to brass tacks. So yes, you are actually correct. Yagami 018 says, me being recently red pill aware and being a Muslim, I see Muslim women delay marriage until the epiphany phase, which wasn't the norm. It's mind-blowing. Yeah, well, welcome to the global sexual marketplace. Welcome to the global gynocentric global sexual marketplace. Craig English. Greetings from Melbourne, Florida. Yeah, my favorite place to go fish. Well, I like to go there, and then I like to go to Sebastian Inlet. Those are my two stomping grounds when I lived in Orlando. Really appreciate all your books, and I recommend them quite frequently. You are here. You know what? What should we give you? Let's give you one of these. You either love that or you hate it. No internet, $5. No money either. See how Nick Cage is acting and dressing. LOL. I think fourth divorce turned him into an old ass F-boy. And think he got the message. No, I don't actually, because Nick Cage actually lives in Las Vegas. And I know people who have seen him in clubs and have seen him out socially. And I'm just gonna leave it at this. No, I don't. Jay Cowan, thank you for that sticker. I always like stickers. Marwan says Rick cut off Paulina from his will because Rick Ocasek cut off Paulina from his will because he felt abandoned by her. I'm sure. Paulina is angry because her investment didn't pay off. Yeah, in the long term. She did play the long game. I'll give you that. Torsha. Oh my goodness. Lenny Kravitz knows how to speak to women like Rollo. No, actually, Lenny Kravitz knows how to speak to women like Hotep Jesus. And it's not a coincidence that they both have the same hairstyle and they both have that same kind of groove and kind of stuff. I have seen Hotep Jesus in action in Brickell. I know what I'm talking about, and he knows what he's talking about. But yeah, I see how you're making that same connection. Wet Beaver looking for wood is you and Ryan Stone are the two best content creators that I have found so far. Keep on trucking. Yeah, except Ryan Stone does not know how to rock. Andre Dutko, knowledge is power. Oh, this is, did I get back to you? Can I come? Let me hold on and see if I can come back to you. Let me grab you real quick, Mr. Dutko. Sorry, I have to scroll back up here. I'm going to see if I can catch this one at the very least. Dude, no. Let's see. A little bit more. Hold on. Bear with me. I do want to put this one on here because the dude actually did a pretty decent super chat here. Let's keep going. God damn it, man. I think that having the ability to go back up to, actually, I'm just going to read it. Screw it. He says, knowledge is power. Thanks for the research and conduct and sharing the results with us. Get the likes up, people. Thank you. Yes, please do. What else is there? Zach. Oh, no, this is before Zach. Rollo found your, this is Amduja66 says, Rollo found your work. This stuff works. Don't negotiate desire. I should probably do a full episode. I need to go back to some basics, I think, pretty soon. Yes, do not negotiate desire. She's a compliment to her life. Hypergamy is her nature. She wants to be told no. Thank you. And then Zach. Here we go, Zach. Rollo, are women lying when they say they don't understand, or is it that they can't understand? Intent versus was it malice and forethought, right? Is it malice and forethought, or are they just doing it because that's their nature? It's the scorpion's nature to sting, right? Male sexual interest is based on women's ability to produce healthy children. Ultimately, yes, but approximately, we can talk about context. Beauty is the physical assessment. It's not hard. Yes. Well, what will happen here, Zach, is you will run into in a gynocentric social order that is based on social constructionism. Look that up. I really encourage my
Hello
people.
there, children. How's it going?
Yes, go and look. Here's your homework. Go and look up social constructionism or constructivism. Sometimes it's spelled differently. It's the idea that everything is just social. It's all learned. Everything is nature versus nurture. And I saw that one super chat. Thank you, by the way. I got that quote from Steve Stewart Williams. I'll dig that up for you here in just a second because it's going to be pertinent to what I'm going to talk about here in the next half of the show here. Male sexual interest is based on women's ability to produce healthy children. That is the ultimate goal versus the proximate goal. So when I see a hot chick at the farmers market, right? Or in Brickell, or when you see a girl in the clubs, or when you, whatever, when you are aroused by a chick and it triggers that part of your brain that's connected to tool use, that's the proximate cause. She's hot. I want to tap that ass. When I met Mrs. Tomassi, I wasn't like, I wonder if she'd be a good mother to my kid, my future children. That never entered into my thinking process. But the proximate cause leads to the ultimate goal, which is, of course, what you're just saying, produce healthy children. Yes, 100%. So there needs to be a distinction that's made there. Proximate cause versus ultimate cause, or ultimate goal, I guess. Beauty is the physical assessment. It's not hard. Okay. Yes. And then what will happen is that you'll have women say, well, what is really beauty? It's subjective. Look at all these. No, it's not actually. Beauty is a cross-cultural, multi-ethnicity. There are definite commonalities in beauty. Now, are there social contexts that are applied to those commonalities? Yes. Like little feet are really sexy to Chinese guys, right? What is it? They used to crush their little feet into teeny tiny little, I don't understand. Maybe somebody can help me with this, but I do not understand foot fetishes. I have never in my life been sexually aroused by a woman's feet. What is that? Help me understand foot fetish, guys, because I do not get that. But maybe that's a cultural thing. Maybe that's just looks good. But there's emphasis on different aspects of those commonalities for sure. But what you'll run into is women will say, well, it's all, social construction. It's all because men and society is just what she was saying a second ago. It's like, we have a society that's focused on only one kind of girl. No. And that is categorically false, as I said before, when Paulina was trying to make the case. All right, where'd it go? There it is. We are in a society that's set up for women who look like little girls. Yeah, youth, fertility, beauty. Mm-hmm. That's why men rate women at the age between 22 and 24, usually rounded off to median age of 23, find them the most attractive. Sorry, that's dataclism right there. I quoted that last time I was on, like 2 weeks ago, I think, when Tim Pool was even bringing it up. He doesn't even know where it came from. He has no idea that it came out of dataclism. He has no idea of that. But it's in common knowledge. It's out there in the Twitter verse. It's out there in the social media verse. That's where it comes from. But the facts are there. And remember, that's data from like 2015. It's probably different now. I would say it's probably more refined right now. But yeah, we're looking for fertility, youth, beauty, sex appeal. Can she carry a child to term? Check her teeth, make sure she doesn't have, trench foot or, whatever it is. See if she's good. Is she good breathing stock, comrade? No, and no. They're very, very similar, though. I will say the two Heathers are, if you don't know who the two Heathers are, yeah. Okay, I saw this. This is too funny. At 67, she still wants the 666. Yes. 667, the neighbor of the beast. Let's see. Metahuman. Does that mean you have like augmentation? Like you have different, like, are you like cyberpunk? I'm 25, wealthy, and good with women. Define wealthy. My friend recently got falsely accused of rape, and now I don't know if women are worth pursuing. Once upon a time, I had a friend who got bit by a snake, and now I don't think I want to go back out in the woods again. What do you advise that young men like me do in this Me Too era? Well, the Me Too era actually more or less ended around like 2019. Although, yes, I mean, women still are looking for the hot guy rather than the dutiful guy right now. Okay, here we go, right? Don't focus on women, focus on excellence. That's what I'm supposed to say, right? No, focus on excellence. Yes. Focus on yourself. Do your thing. Go and do. I put something on Instagram recently, and it was actually a quote from I want to say it was from Positive Masculinity. No, maybe it was the first book, but I was talking about how men find confidence. Confidence. You listen to Tony Robbins, or you listen to all these guys who are really just rip-offs of Norman Vincent Peale's Power of Positive Thinking and speaking to yourself. What's your self conversations? Just get out there and fucking do something, please. Stop navel gazing. Go out the door. Go lift heavy things. Go chop wood, dude. I don't care if you don't have to have a fireplace. Just go out and chop wood. I don't give a flying fuck what it is you do with that. Sell it. You can make some money out here. Go and do, because doing creates something. You want to know why guys are depressed and they're sick and they're tired and whatever. It's as far as why are guys purposeless? Why are men depressed? Why aren't they in college? Why aren't they doing what we want them to do? Because you've told them to man down for 4 generations, first of all. And then second of all is they are purposeless because they're not doing anything. They're not going out and doing. Remember, women talk and men do. Men must become, women just are. That's what Paulina is really having a problem with here. Because what she is not what she used to be. And she can never go back in time to be that, because that's the criteria that she has to measure up to be that again. So when we talk about guys becoming something or reaching their peak potential, that requires action and requires you to do something. And this is not your motivational pitch. This is not Tony Robbins, get out there and seize the day. No, get out there and just do something. Get out, find something that you're really interested in and go for it. Just do it. You want that, because men find happiness in the process. Happiness is not a goal state. I mentioned this on the last podcast. I'll give it to you really briefly. Happiness is not in getting something or getting to something or achieving something. It's the process of achieving something. Happiness is the means to an end. So is depression. So is anxiety. So is stress. God knows. It motivates you. Even depression, even like cowardice, those are fear anyways, is emotions that prompt a response in you. If you want to be happy, get out there and freaking do something. You'll be happy in the process of doing that. And even if it's not something you ultimately do for the rest of your life, you don't have to have a freaking roadmap. And I think that's the problem, is like when I talk about how I don't give guys like practical, you don't give us any practical advice. Where's my step-by-step so I can live the perfect life? Because you get to make those step-by-step. That's what I'm telling you. But it requires you to go out there and decide what that step-by-step is going to be. And maybe you don't even have that step-by-step. You're just going in out there and doing something. Now, why do I tell you to do that? Well, first of all, the process of doing makes you happy. Well, and hopefully, if you're doing something worthwhile, it's making you happy, and you're the progress towards the goal. Right? Okay. Once you're in the point, once you're doing that, then suddenly you feel like you maybe have a purpose. Well, this is what God wanted me to do. This is what my family wanted me to do. I've got a duty to my state and my country and my tribe and whatever it is. And that's what I'm going to do. And then you have that sense of like, almost like destiny, like manifest destiny. And that's the magical thinking that comes in, but it's not saying it's bad. Just saying that that's where that comes into that process. And so now you've got a purpose and you're like, oh, what do you meaning? No, you don't. You know what you need is the process of doing. Once you get to doing, you get options. To achieve certain things, you go, I've done that in the past. And I know I can do it again. Sounds like I got options. Now you're a better negotiator. Now you're in a more of a position of power. Why do I say that? Well, because from options comes the ability to direct your life. And that's the true definition of power. It's not about, I'm going to rule with an iron fist and tell these guys what to do. That's not power. Power is the level of control that you have over your own choices and what you can do. You want to know why I stress authority over responsibility when we talk about what do men need to do to man up? Take more responsibility. That means shit when you don't have the authority or the power to do so. That is the definition of slavery. That's why I keep stressing that. Thank you to Turd Flinging Monkey for giving me that idea. Credit where it's due, but it's true. Responsibility without authority is slavery. So what do? Get authority. How do I get authority? I do things. I have options. I have ways of motivating people to do what that I want them to do, because that's the choices and that's the direction that I want to go. Can power be about getting coordinating people. Yes, for sure. But power really is the level of control that you have over your life. How do you get that control? Options. Great. Wow. You know what options also generate? Confidence. There it is. It's not some magical, mystical thing to dig deep down into your soul and pull that confidence out. No, there's no confidence if you have no skills. Confidence doesn't come from, some magical wellspring in the deep depths of your, law of attraction, the secret soul. No, confidence comes from competence. It comes from the options that you have. That's where it comes from. So, and where does all that start, Rollo? Get out there and do. There's your clip, Tom, for today. So that's that. Let's keep going. Oh man, I got $100 from Rakesh. Hey, Rakesh. I met Rakesh actually in Reno, Nevada. Jason Momoa was never going to be her alpha widow. Nope. That designation belongs to Lenny Kravitz. She knew that that he loved her since he was a kid. That right there removed the alpha in her mind. It did, but you know what else did? Fucking Lenny Kravitz. That's who did. Here's the thing: is Jason? If Jason Momoa can't make it work, how can we make it work? Well, let's remember that Lisa was with Lenny Kravitz before she was with Jason Momoa. Dude, you can't even get with Lenny Kravitz's leftovers. That's the level of that's like Zen level of alpha. Like, you want to alpha Buddha? Lenny Kravitz. There you go. Real, and still doing it. You can't even get with Lenny's leftovers. It's an innate natural thing. Now, is he blue pill? Who knows? But does he know he's alpha? I don't care. In this situation between Momoa and Lisa Bonet, that Lenny Kravitz, because Lenny Kravitz. Okay. Did you guys watch my live stream on Wednesday? Or not Wednesday, on Friday? You guys see that wonderful bar, Alturas Bar. Actually, Alturas Bar, the club itself is actually pretty cool in the cellar. It's called the Cellar Bar. Getting there, not so cool. I drove. If you watch my stories on Instagram, you will see the cops. I was like, I drove by. I was driving down 4th Street in Reno, which is probably, if not the worst, it's barely close to being the worst place in Reno. Homeless, drug addicts everywhere. And then the actual club is across the street from Fantasy Girls, and to the block to the side is Spice House, which is another strip club. But that's where the best shows are had, my friends. Timmy, thank you for that $10, Timius Maximus. I'm going to catch up, and then I'm going to move on because we got so much to do. I am going to be. I practice it in my own LTR. Oh, she threatened leaving. Take the kids, cried, asked who I've been listening to. Rollo Tomassi. I've changed. Yeah, you probably have. Told her to take it or leave it. We got to be willing to die on this hill to save Western society. Well, only you can decide whether that was a good idea or that's a bad idea, because I don't know the context of your situation, but sounds like it was. What's Punkin doing? What are you doing, Puddin'? Where's my girl? Oh, okay. Thought you were getting into a fight. You getting into a fight? No, you're not. Maybe you were. Sancho Bohemian, my massage therapist, said she waits for the big fish. Yep. I have an essay called The Big Fish. So women are looks maxers. They should be, honestly. You talk about what's the most important thing is looks. Yeah, for women. Mm-hmm. In that case, I agree with you, LMS. Yes, for women, most definitely. In fact, it's LLL. It's not LMS, it's LLL. For the Ned Fund. Hey, thank you. Can you bring back the Ned Cam? You know, I can. I've got the new Sony over here. All I would have to do is just bring him in. Actually, I could let him in right now if you want. I kind of kick him out because here's the problem with the Ned Cam, and not that I don't like it. I have to sort of be sure that nobody's coming to the house. I have no deliveries from Amazon or something like that, because the minute someone goes to that door downstairs, I'm in the upstairs studio. He bolts out the studio door, races down the stairs, and goes right up to the door, and just it's the biggest interruption you would ever know. And then, as if that's not enough, he'll barrel back up the stairs in like two leaps, and then comes rushing through the door, probably bang the door on his way in here, and then he'll come over here and give me some attention, and then maybe he'll go lie back down. So that's why I have to weigh my options. Is somebody coming to the door on the Sunday? Sancho, oh yeah, she's 40. I just filter all the BS. She was like, I need to you know what? God damn it. I'll do it anyways. Hang on one second. You guys will love this. This is from actually Royce's old site, which is now archived at heartiste.com, heartiste.org. And he has a great ancient essay called The Difficulty. There it is. Okay, this is great. Okay, you know what? I'll even put this on the screen because this was a pretty fun, and sorry, bear with me. It's pertinent to the conversation today. Put that on, and let's go grab this, and there it is. Okay, the difficulty of gaming women by age brackets. Now, this is going to be interesting because I'm building a pretty good show, I would like to say, with Justin Waller. And we're going to talk about game in that show. And we're going to talk about sourcing women. And we're going to talk about text game. And we're going to talk about because people always give me grief and they say, well, Rollo doesn't have any receipts. He's not in the game, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but I know somebody who is, who's very good at it. And as I said before, the 5th book, which should be coming out towards the end of this month, is about the mechanics of game as far as intersexual dynamics is concerned, why game works, not here's how to. It's here are the techniques. Here's what's for the last 20 some odd years. I got 20 years experience with this and 20 years of research into this. Here's why what these guys say works, or it doesn't work, or it might work for you or might not work for you. Here's the fundamental principles behind these things. So it's not just Leisure Suit Larry, waiting for the girl to show up at the lounge kind of thing. And so we're going to talk about that. But this is actually some homework that I gave to him. Can I put that up? There you go. All right. So this is the difficulty of gaming women by age bracket. Now Paulina doesn't fit into any of these age brackets. I'll put the link to this up later, but I wanted to go to the oldest one here. And so 23 to 27, it gives you some advice, a maxim. The defensive crouch is where the pussy tingles are born. Pussy tingles are born. I love that one. But I wanted to get to, let's see, that was 28 to 30 year olds. And was this the oldest? I'm trying to think what the oldest ones are. 35-year-old women. This age gets special attention. Why? Because 35 is the year of formal female expiration. Informal expiration can occur many years earlier, depending on the woman's genetic good looks or good luck. I would also argue how well she fights it and how well she keeps herself in shape. At 35, most women are over the hill. An unmarried woman at 35 years old is officially in crisis mode. Full meltdown. Full meltdown will happen within a year if she isn't hitched in that time. You do not want to be in the vicinity of a woman in full meltdown mode. Full meltdown is accompanied by the acquisition of a second cat, alcoholism, cackling brunches of mimosas with equally pathetic Samantha wannabes, sloppy drunken one-night stands with college-age men, which they will rationalize as evidence of their enduring beauty, and a laundry list of annoying personality tics and neuroses that would comfortably provide for the retirement plans of 10 psychotherapists. Okay, this is where I wanted to. So that's the buildup for the kicker. Here's the money shot in all of this. 36 to 38-year-old women. Now this is when we when did this publish? This was back. Okay, so this is back in August 12th, 2010. This is why ROLLO, Royce, and Roosh were the 3 R's of the manosphere. Okay, if you don't know who Royce is, he's the guy who's the author of this. Here we go. 36 to 38-year-old women. She's at peace with her spinsterhood and her failure in the dating market. She will acquiesce easily and gratefully to sex with very little game, as long as you don't look like a grandpa. Her expectations are low. It will be a challenge to disappoint her. If you are prone to guilt, you might feel it when you inevitably dump a woman in this age range. Don't. Remind yourself that her past is littered with her insouciant dumping of many beta men before you. You are merely an alpha agent of righteous karma. A chateau proprietor once dated a European 37-year-old for a couple of months. She looked years younger than her age, so sex was fun and the time together was relaxed, but everything was glazed with a tint of sadness. A vow was made never to go above 30 again. So far, the vow remains unbroken. And then 39 plus years old. No chateau proprietor has experienced dating or fucking women 39 years old or older. So we cannot offer much advice for gaming women in this age range. Yes, we can all hear you crying now. So there you have it. But the that range right there is I've quoted that. I've actually quoted that in I think one book and certainly a lot of essays as well. That particular age range right there is I think when people say, "Oh, you're gleeful," I'm like, well, no, there's a difference between being sort of overjoyed by that kind of stuff or being in the position to even be overjoyed. But it's also about pragmatism. It's also practicality. There's a sense of practicality that's involved in all of this. That sounds mean, and it sounds like I mean, it's meant to be tongue in cheek, right? I mean, it's meant to be sort of like it's funny, but it's true. So here, haha, check this out. But it's sad in a way too, because when women get to that point, like I mentioned this. I mentioned this when I was doing my talk at the Rebel Capitalist last week. And I said this, I said, it's very hard to tell women to dumb themselves down. And they go, well, what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean is like we have women who are building themselves up and they're creating this sense of self and this ego and this personality and this understanding of who they are in the world according to this strong, independent female fempowerment narrative. And as a result, you get alpha females or the idea of an alpha female. The Sheryl Sandberg, archetype. And when we talk about that and women get to even as young as Torsion, like maybe 27 years old, or, certainly after the epiphany phase, when women can't find where are the good guys, Rollo? I'd never been able to find a good guy. And some of these women don't necessarily have a long body count of guys. I mean, maybe certainly less than the ratchet ass bitches on Fresh and Fit. Or maybe they say, I did everything right. I did everything everybody ever told me to do. I went to college. I got a degree. I got my own business, or I'm working for somebody. I'm a made partner in the law firm. I did what the strong independent narrative of women. I did what Disney Pixar told me to do when I was a little girl. I had plans. And they get to that point, and they might not be some, incorrigible slut. They are just like, maybe they had, 4 boyfriends, 5 boyfriends, whatever it is. But, I'm not saying that, I didn't watch them have sex with all these guys, so I don't know. But they're telling me, hey, I'm not that girl. I'm not the girl that's on Fresh and Fit. I'm just the average chick. I've got, an average body count, and I can't find the right guy. The guys that I've got with are not quality men. They're not high value men. They're not what do you mean? They're not economically attractive. They're not attractive. Periods. The interests of men are not as forthcoming, and that's really kind of a sign of the times right now. But when you get a woman who's done what she thinks is the right thing to do, I did everything the right way, and now I'm being punished for it because it turns out that I shouldn't have developed my intelligence. I talked about this with Michaela Peterson of all people, right? They built a life and an ego on the idea that being a strong, independent woman would make them more sexually viable. It would make them more sexually attractive. It would make men want to get with them. And as I've said before, all they've done is become the man that they wanted to marry. And guys don't want to have anything to do with that. So what do I tell them? What do I tell that chick who's 26 years old, who works for Robert Kiyosaki, who's probably making more money than most of the guys I know, right? And she's done a lot of, she's on top of her game. She's got a podcast, maybe. She's got crypto. She's got investments. She's an alpha male, right? What do I tell her? Dumb yourself down. The first thing out of my mouth is, well, you need to be more feminine, right? Get in touch with your feminine side, instead of your masculine side, which I still think is bullshit. But even if I said that, it sounds like defeat. It sounds like I did everything the right way, and you're telling me that men aren't playing by that rule book. Very similar to unplugging from the matrix, right? Unplugging from the blue pill. All these things that I was taught were false. Now what's true? Well, in some ways, I think it's worse for women because they have to bust themselves down in rank. They have to go, okay, well, if I want to have babies and if I want to get with a guy, I'm going to have to dumb myself down. And I don't mean that. I'm using that term in extreme, in an extreme illustration here. But that's really what it comes down to. It's like, well, either I'm going to die alone or I have to dumb myself down for these guys, because if I don't, then I'm not feminine, and then they're not going to want to get with me. And if I don't put on lingerie once in a while, even whether I want to or not, even though I look like a beach ball, because the average woman is, 5'6" and 170 pounds. Well, okay. Well, I guess how do you tell that girl be more feminine? Especially when her entire life she's been told, you can't trust these horrible men and you have to make your own security for yourself. So when they say, I have all this, I still want a man, I still want to have babies, I still want to have the white picket fence and the golden retriever in the front yard, and I can't find a guy. Well, what happens is there's a social convention there readily made to say, well, it's men's fault. They just can't handle they're threatened by a powerful woman like you. No, they're not qualified to, like, marriage is only for elite people. It's only for elite women and elite men, apparently. I have an article here about that too. But how do I tell a chick? How do I tell that girl, dumb yourself down? Because that's what it sounds. And that's not literally what I'm saying. But if I say you need to be more feminine, men aren't interested in your degree. They're interested in your ass. What? I got to dumb myself down? I've had women tell me that. No, you got to get in the fucking squat rack. That's what I'm telling you. You've got to invest in your beauty, invest in your femininity, rather than, being worried about like starting some gourmet cupcake retail outlet. Yeah, what you've been told as far as, getting a guy anyways. Yeah, that is false. That was the blue pill. And now you are listening to me and I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you this. Here's the numbers anyways. Oh, well, you mean I'm going to be 38 and lonely? I guess I'll die alone. Yeah, unless you do something. And if that sounds like dumbing yourself down, then I don't really know what else to tell you. Be hot. By the way, this episode made me think of that Disney movie, The Little Mermaid, when the old hag tricks Ariel into giving up her voice in exchange for legs. Yeah, but legs are pretty nice. It reminds me, there's a Steel Panther song. It's called "You're Beautiful When You Don't Talk." Go look that one up. I would use it if they let me. I would use it in a second if they let me. You're beautiful when you don't talk. Mm-hmm. Oh, geez. All right, I'm just going to catch up by catching the rest of these. Rakesh, thank you very much for that $100, my friend. It was great meeting you at Rebel Capitalist. Actually, I met you in the airport of Reno, Nevada, which was the first time I was ever recognized in Reno, Nevada. Las Vegas, I get recognized. Reno, and I'm glad nobody really recognizes me. Thank you for all you do and keep connecting those dots. Thank you, Rakesh. Pat Stedman's Polish passport. Here's your... Get a pop filter. Pop filter. Have you geeked out on Dr. Tanya Reynolds research? Don't know her. It segues into the women are wonderful and workplace implications. Yeah, I've talked about check her out interview on Jeffrey Miller's channel. I try not to do too much with Jeffrey Miller, but I will look her up. Hollow Band says men do the work and women just are. Reminds me of how it started even before birth. One worthy sperm out of a millions of expendable ones has to be stronger, faster, luckier. Yes, we all started by racing. I should also say this, Hollow Band. Women's ovums, the eggs, actually select the sperm. They have, go look up the research on that. It's true. Especially if there's different sperm, like from different men at the site of fertilization, the egg will slow one down so that another one can pass it up. It's true. Go look it up. Isaiah James, Rollo, love your work. We all agree younger women are hotter. Younger, hotter, tighter. One question, is it weird for me to game older women? I don't mind gaming some women post-wall. 35 to 40, as they are responding well to a man like me. Yeah, they probably would, because remember, women don't need men. They want men. Gaming older women is like as far back as 2010, we were recognizing the ease with which that takes place. It's just, I will give you the same advice I would tell guys who say, hey man, I just want to bang, single moms. I don't want to get married. Sure you do. The reason why guys go for younger or for older women, or they go for married women, or they go for, like fatter women or whatever, is because it's the path of least resistance usually. And what happens is men's preferences or their fetishes, I still don't understand foot fetish, becomes part of their sexual strategy because it's easier to get with a chick like that. And so what they do is they gaslight themselves and convince themselves that they have a preference for older women, or for fatter women, or for professional women, or whatever was like the most sexually rewarding. And I mean that in like most productive. That's what they tend to opt for later on. So like the chick that they were with, who was, the girls in their own sort of age bracket. I see guys in their 20s do this too, because it's like, that's the whole cougar dynamic, I guess. You got the older woman who's fresh out of the divorce, and she's like, screw it, I got my new body, and I did my personal trainer loves me, and I'm gonna go to the clubs, and I'm gonna have a same night lay, and I'm gonna finally get where I'm like making up for missing out. Usually that making up for missing out is with a younger guy. And why is that? Because it's easy, man. Guys are like, you're a little bit older, but you still look pretty hot. I'm gonna tap that ass. Are you going to start a relationship and a family and a whole life with that person? No. So I would say go for it, but just be cautious about it. Don't catch feelings, and don't let her catch feelings. That's the key right there. If you put her into rotation, okay. But if you're just getting into game, if you're just getting into sort of like dating non-exclusively, or spinning plates, however you want to call it, keep it at that. And keep that in the back of your head, because you're not doing her any favors by saying, I love you and I'm going to marry you. And she's not doing you any favors by saying the same thing back to you, because she's at a different phase in her life than you are. So just be careful of that. It might be fun. She might be a fun lay a couple of times, but then you have to like sort of like Royce was saying is you're an alpha agent of righteous karma. Disputed Timeline says Michaela puts her dad on her diet. He gets sick for a month from her cider. She sends him to Russia. She takes over his YouTube. Do you really want me to get into Michaela again? I will if you want me to. I will. I want to, but I'm not going to. I think the Michaela thing has played itself out. I think I pretty much made my point. I'm on the fence about actually using this clip with Jordan Peterson in it, but it has Brett Weinstein and Heather Hing in it, so I still might use it later on. But I can't say her name. Say my name. I can't do that. I can't do that. Because if I do, then everybody goes, you just want to ride on her dad's coattails. You just hate them so much. No, I just use them as an illustration, man. Oh, I can't believe she came on your show. She didn't come on my show. I wanted her show, you dumbass. God, I'll tell you the most frustrating aspect about that whole Michaela Peterson thing is when I told Tom, I said, hey man, go make clips of it. Go right ahead. And he did. And what happens is like, that's my clips audience is pretty much you guys too, but my clips audience tends to be run and gun, right? They do drive-by comments and they move on to the next thing. And a dynamic I explained in detail on Michaela's show to Michaela when I was saying, well, she was saying, oh, these guys seem very negative and very, very hateful and misogynistic and mean. They're all mean men. You're all mean. And I'm like, yeah, kill to party. There you go. Kill to party or hospitalize your dad. You know, and I'm not going to put it up, but I did see the story about the girl who was putting, like, she took her newborn child and threw it in a dumpster or something, and I caught it on video because there's a closed circuit camera there. Yeah, well, that's the most extreme example of kill to party. There's other ones that are much, much less than that, but that's the one everybody remembers. Hey, Rollo, is this kill to party? Yes. But anytime I bring up Michaela Peterson, it's all, oh, you're right. It's either they love me for holding her feet to the fire, or they hate me because they think that I went too soft on her. And I'm like, I didn't go soft on her. I let her hang herself. I let her be her. Right. And I've used some comparisons later on, of course. You know, what her dad said about women her age doing exactly what she's doing. Again, reporting the news is different than just going, ha, see, I gotcha. It's not me. Yeah. And so on the Clips channel, when I put those on there, everyone assumed that I brought her on and I just ran her up the flagpole on my show. No, asshat. I went on her show. Those clips from her show. That's how I know you didn't watch the video. Who cares? You do, because you left a comment. You took the time and the effort and the energy and the mental, you burned calories in your brain to figure out what you were going to type. And then you went, and then you put it on there. Ha, I'll get this guy with the ponytail. Fuck him. Boom. Yeah, you care. All right. Well, I hope you guys liked my rock and roll show. You know, you guys asked me to do like I don't know, play guitar for us, Rollo. I did. Oh, okay, cool. I brought you along. I brought you in a ride along, man. That was cool. I think the story's still up on my Instagram. I did a live stream from Alteros Bar with my band, Trial of Ascension, in the description. Spotify. Go subscribe. Go put it in your playlist. Everybody liked it. I had about 8 to 10 guys that were there who actually drove. I had one guy who drove down from Truckee. That's a good 2-hour drive. Another dude who drove in from Dayton. That's at least an hour and a half because my brother lives out that way. And so, like, thank you, guys. If you came to the show at Alteros, thank you for coming. That was awesome. And it was I think we only played for like 40 minutes, 45 minutes. But it was a fun show, and I brought you behind the scenes throughout that whole thing. And took my hat off. Yeah. Oh, I think Rollo's bald. Well, go find out. You won't, because you'd rather go and fling shit at me. It's there, all there, black and white. Actually, a lot of white. There you go. Oh, really? Is that what I was at? Oh, yeah. Come on, get it up. Get it up. Get yourself up. Okay, so we talked about Paulina. We talked about Jason Momoa. Let's get back at it. So second half of today's class, we're going to talk about social constructionism. That's what the theme of today is. It's about the differences between reality versus social constructionism. I got into this in my talk at the Rebel Capitalist live. And one of the examples you've probably heard me use before is the difference between, like, say, transgender athletes versus, normal athletes, and how, like, somebody like Zuby can go in and identify as being female and break the world's record in female deadlift competition, and then promptly change his sex back to male and walk away with a trophy for becoming a new world record holder. Well, how, like, oh, that's stupid. That's crazy. How could he possibly do that? Well, boy, we're really on a degenerate cycle, aren't we, Rollo? What is it? Tough times create weak men. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. You know what it is? It's a conflict between our investment in social constructionism and the blank slate versus reality. And when we say, oh, it's okay, if you identify as a woman, you can get into female wrestling. I mean, like real wrestling, not professional wrestling. And I forget, I think it was Poor Man's Podcast? He's got, I like his stuff, don't get me wrong, but he's got this one video, and I was very tempted to, like, bring it up in this show. He's got one video that's like, it's at least 4 million views on this video. And it's a compilation of what happens in sports when women compete with men and the differences, the biological, like, physical differences, and not just like combat sports. It's also like track and field. It's like, I forget what the other one, there's some other ones in there as well. But I mean, it's just men dominating women in those. And it's just, like I said, it's just a collection, like a compilation of clips of sporting events where men and women compete together because people thought, oh, that's great, let's put them all together. Well, what happens is the men tend to dominate the women overwhelmingly dominate the women in those sports. Well, that seems horribly sexist. No, reality has a sexist bias. Sorry, that's how it works. Reality has a sexist slant depending on what the challenges are. Why doesn't Rollo believe in equality? Because equality doesn't happen in a vacuum. That's why I don't believe in equality. I think equality has been a bullshit narrative since we decided to, I don't know, for whatever reason, standardize on the blank slate, standardize whenever that happened in the 20th century, and on social constructionism. And that's really the difference between what was going on when I was talking about Robin Korth and when Saad was locking horns with Paulina. And it's really kind of what's going on with, let's see where to go. Kind of what's going on here with Jason Momoa. Okay. So the reality is that Jason Momoa's sexual capital, sexual market value, and really his value as an actor and everything else is at its apogee, or it's getting up to its apex right now, if it hasn't already been, like, where it's at. I mean, when you think of an alpha guy, like name an alpha actor. Jason Momoa is, if not at the top of the list, he's number 2. I don't know who number 1 would be. Like, who out alphas Jason Momoa? But Jason Momoa is with Lisa, who is older than, well, she's 54 and he's 42. That's quite the difference there. And they got together young, and she probably, again, you were asking me about, well, should I get with a girl who's older than me? Like, that much older than me? Well, again, don't marry that person. But in this case, Lisa Bonet, whatever, she had money and she wanted him, and that's how it worked out. And she was probably on the rebound from Lenny Kravitz. And I was reading some articles about how, like, Momoa and Kravitz are, like, they're really cool with each other. I'm sure they're going to be much cooler now, but she's been cycled out of the marketplace. I'm sure there's somebody around there who'd be happy to have her, but she's not the same as she used to be. Did you guys ever see Angel Heart? That movie, Angel Heart? I've actually quoted that movie because it's got Louis Cypher in it. Get it? Louis Cypher? Played by, I think it was Robert De Niro who played that. Great movie. That's the last time I think I can remember seeing Lisa Bonet in anything, and she was very young in that movie. So, and she was on the Cosby Show, and I don't know what else she has done, but there's this desire, I think, on the part of women to want to believe in a narrative that says your agency and your power and your sexuality can be evergreen. And if it's not, it's men's fault that it's not. It's not your fault. It's not because, it's what's on the inside is what should get, what is it? The boner test, as Roosh used to call it. Does she pass the boner test? And in a narrative of social constructionism, the boner test should be dependent on whether or not you're in love and you're having meaningful sex. And it doesn't matter, healthy at any weight and healthy at any age or sexy at any age or whatever. And there is this kind of, I want to say it's cognitive dissonance that comes from that, because women see the writing on the wall. I think finding a realistic woman is very difficult certainly in this century. But in general, it's very hard to find a woman who is realistic about her sexuality and the game that she is actually in. And Saad was talking about that as well. That's how do you grow old gracefully? And I'm 53 years old. I just played in a metal show 2 days ago. And should I just go and say, I'm just not gonna do that. I'm gonna go home and read, sit by the fire and have a nice cup of cocoa, right? I'm not gonna do that. I went to Miami 5 times last year. I went to Connecticut, never been there. I went there once. Thank you, Kevin Savo. I went to Oklahoma, never been there. Memorial for Pat Campbell. I do stuff. Was it Aaron Clary was saying the same thing? He's like, I can't believe you do what you do at your age. I'm like, fucking what? How old am I? I'm not that old. And I think it's just the concept or the consideration of like, well, this is what old people do. This is my favorite quote from Longmire, by the way. It was this is Lucian and one of the characters in it, and Ferguson was the cop in there. He says, they just let you waltz in here, and he's like, Ferguson, nobody notices old people. Once you're past the 18 to 49 demographic, nobody gives 2 eggs out of the same hen for you about you. I thought that was funny as hell too. And he was actually one of my favorite characters that's on that series, if you've ever watched Longmire. But it's true. I kind of stuck with that for a little while. I thought it was interesting because really from a marketability perspective, 18 to 49, and I don't care if you're a male or female, but I think that we kind of do women a disservice to tell them that their sexuality is going to be evergreen. Now, women, please stay in shape. Please stay sexy. Please wear lingerie. Please make an effort. I'm not saying roll over and die. I'm just saying, but be realistic about this and stop going to the LA Times and to write some big, huge expose on how horrible men are because they don't find you hot at 57 or they not as hot. I'm sure there's plenty of guys that would gladly bang, Paulina, but not at 57. She's far less marketable on the global sexual marketplace than she was when she was 24. That's the facts. That's just it. Like, be realistic about it. I'm not saying don't be sexy. I'm not saying don't stay in shape. I'm not saying don't, God, please do keep wearing makeup. But women were going to do that anyways because hypergamy never dies. Even women who are as old as 80 some odd years old, they're still putting on makeup. They still want to look cute. They still do the same rituals that they did when they're 18 years old. And what was the reason for that? Well, now they'll say, well, I just do it because I like to look this way. Oh, okay. But the reason that's the proximate cause. The ultimate cause is you're looking for a guy. And maybe you're not at 80 years old, but you still have that habit, and that's still the belief, right? So you've got Paulina here who now wants to get back into the sexual marketplace clearly and wants to moan and groan about it. Now, why am I saying this? Because of things like this. This is Jessica Valenti. And if you don't know who Jessica Valenti is, she is a very outspoken feminist author. I believe she works for The Guardian still. She may or may not. These are separate story titles over the course of, let's see, where's the first one? The first one is from, let's see, this is back in 2014. So that's Tuesday, January 3rd, 2014. Then the middle one there is, what was this one? Is it 2015, 2005? Here's a bit. This is what I mean by cognitive dissonance here. The end of hisses, whistles, and stares. We need to walk the streets without fear. This was back when that video went around, and I think it was like maybe it was New York, or some chick was going around with like a hidden camera, and she just walked down the street, and she did look pretty sexy, and she was getting catcalls, and guys were like coming on to her, and, hey baby, what's going on? You know, like she's going through. You know, a woman should just be able to walk through wherever she wants and look however she wants and not have to worry about guys like catcalling her or whatever. Okay, fair enough. Next, men rarely catcall me anymore. I hate that our culture makes me miss it. Our culture, there it is. There's that word again. Anytime you hear society does this, society makes men want, you know, what, younger women. Society makes unrealistic beauty standards, as Paulina is still trying to live up to those beauty standards, right? That's what she's doing. She's like when she puts herself naked or she puts herself in lingerie, she puts herself in a bikini. That's not her saying, "Oh, I'm just going to be sexy at any age. So I'm this old, and this is sexy at this age." No, it's her wanting to go back to 21, forever 21. And then finally, one perk of older age, fewer catcalls. So we come full circle in the cognitive dissonance game. So it's either men objectifying me. Men are objectifying me. How horrible and misogynistic are they? Oh, I'm older now and I'm sexually invisible. Well, what the fuck do you want? What the fuck is it? As I said before, you don't make a woman happy. I think I said this in the last show. Chris Rock, you know, you can fuck a woman with a diamond dick and she'll be like, it's too hard. Oh, why gotta be so hard? You will not, it is not your responsibility to make a woman happy, simply because happiness is found in the progress. It's found in the doing part of it. But I think a lot of guys build their entire egos about how much of a man they are because they can, I can keep a woman happy. I keep her satisfied. Well, that makes you better. So your sense of self is based on really a never-ending cycle of qualifying to keep that person happy. It's no way to live, my friend. No way to live. All right, so that's that. Again, Evergreen. A social order will teach, social conventions will teach women that they can be sexy at any age. We get that because of social constructivism. We think that beauty is a social construct. We think that gender is a social construct. We think that men finding women attractive should be based on social constructs. That's how you get culture says this. Society says this. No, it doesn't. Nature and evolution say that, and that is an empirical argument, as opposed to an emotional argument, which is, well, everything's subjective and it's just, people are different and we're all special snowflakes and there's no, men and women are different, Rollo. Man, how can you possibly say you've met every woman on planet Earth and therefore you know all about women's nature? You haven't. Really? That's the mentality. And that's what you're going to get from an emotional argument, because they can't win an empirical argument. So they have to drag you back into the emotional language. They have to bring it back over to, well, here's the goal. And the goal is for me to find out if you're good or you're bad. And it sounds like you're bad. That's the goal of my argument as an emotional, social constructivist. My goal as an empiricist is this true or is this not true? Why are you feeling that way? Oh, it's society. No, it's not society. It's evolution. It's the way you're built. It's the machine. It's your evolutionary firmware. It's other men's evolutionary firmware. And that's what you're frustrated with. But you want to make social constructivist solutions to that empirical evolutionary problem. And that's where you get the disconnect. All right, so that's that. Now, why am I bringing this up? The reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm hearing people right now who are complaining about men are dropping out, right? I was just telling you about how, doing and getting to doing is how you get to be happy, and how do you creating options. I gave you that lecture already. Now what I'm seeing right as of late is there's a strong narrative amongst evolutionary psychologists, like guys who frustrate the shit out of me, amongst them to try to find some sort of happy medium between those two fucking things, between the social constructivist narrative and their what they fucking know better. I've mentioned this several times before. I'm not going to proselytize. I'm not going to get up and give you a sermon. You already know what I'm going to say. There's the people, they're the same characters all the time. But it's always this idea that social constructivism is really what women are after, or that's the conversation that we should be having. So when I listen to, I think I'll bring it up here. I don't want to dig too deep into this, but I do have some clips that I wanted to throw on here. And the people have been asking me to respond to this one for a while. This is a good kickoff into what I wanted to talk about. Actually, before I do that, let me before I throw that one on there, I have to put this up because this is probably the most pressing thing I think you're going to see next week in sort of the red pill news. This is an article by Scott Galloway, and Scott Galloway is writing for The Insider, and I wanted to throw this on here because I've got a few data sets here. Now, Scott Galloway, now I saw this on CNN and I had to go look it up because I don't want to give you, I would give you the video, but I'm sure I would get a copyright strike from CNN for this. Let me put myself back in here for a second. There we go. Okay, so here's the story. Scott Galloway. Colleges in the U.S. are enforcing an emerging caste system that could have disturbing consequences. So here we go. And these are the nuts and bolts, okay? Opinion. Scott Galloway is the best-selling author and professor of marketing at NYU Stern. I think, don't quote me on this, I think this is the same dude who a few months ago was talking about how it's like the golden penis syndrome or something like that. I think that's the same guy. I could be wrong. The following is a recent blog post republished with permission that ran on his blog, No Mercy, No Malice. In it, Galloway says college education and its benefits need to be explained to more people, including men. Okay. So here's the deal. And I thought this was interesting. I brought this up yesterday on Rule Zero, and I think this is very important. All right. So each of the following trends in isolation is perplexing. In concert, they are disturbing. Now, guys, can you see this? Because I have you know what? I have it already in, let's see. Oh, did I fall out? Hang on. Add me to the stream. Dang it. Hang on 1 second here. Hang on. Why am I? Come here. Let me pull that out, see if I can get myself back in. Why am I not coming on? Shit. God damn it. One, two. Let's see. I got that. Oh, my camera's dead. Is my camera dead? My audio. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, my audio's back. Hold on 1 second. I guess my audio's on, but my camera is not. Hang on. Oh, hang on. I gotta reboot my freaking ATEM. Hang on. Hold on. Can you guys still hear me? Can you still hear me? I don't know if I'm still broadcasting right now. Oh, you can hear me. Oh, good. Thank you. Oh, hey. I have no idea why StreamYard is screwing me right now. Thank you for that, my friend. Can you guys still hear me? Are you guys still getting the audio? Audio's good. Switch your camera on. Okay, hang on one second here. I don't know why I'm having so much difficulty with my camera. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna throw something on here. I don't know what happened with the camera. What if I switch back to this? Can I do that? It's only giving me like clips. It's not giving me any video. I think this is like a software issue. How about this? Oh, that worked for a second. How about this? It is not giving me video in StreamYard right now. So let's see. You guys can still hear me though, right? Can hear. We have black screen with the Viking guy. Okay. All right. Let me see what I can do. You guys can still hear. That's good. All right. I wonder if it's, God damn it. If StreamYard is doing a, can I put this in there?
And the answer comes from violence. And the story begins by focusing on this question. Why is it that in the human species, we are unique among all primates in not having an alpha male in any group, in the sense that what we don't have is an alpha male who personally beats up every other male? And the answer that has been portrayed most richly by Christopher Boehm, and whose work I've elaborated on, is that only in humans do you have a system by which any male who tries to bully others and become the alpha equivalent to an alpha gorilla or an alpha chimpanzee or an alpha bonobo or an alpha baboon or anything like that, any male who tries to do that in humans gets taken down by a coalition of beta males. That coalition.
Yes. It's a really good picture of human society. Yes. I like it.
Okay. So, and that's the way all our societies work now.
Yes.
And because individuals try and be alpha and then they get taken out.
Yeah. I mean, we don't usually think of ourselves as beta males, but yes, I suppose that's what democracy is.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay. So at some point, alpha males get taken out. Well, what alpha males are males who respond with high reactive violence to any challenge to their status. You see it all the time in primates. Some beta male thinks he's getting strong and maturing in wisdom and so on, and he refuses to kowtow to the alpha male. And the alpha male comes straight in and charges at him. Or maybe he'll just wait for a few minutes and then take an opportunity to attack him. All of these primates have got a high tendency for reactive aggression, and that enables this possibility of alpha males. We don't. We have this great reduction, as I talked about earlier. And the question is, when did that reduction happen? Well, cut to the famous experiments by the Russian biologist Dmitry Belyaev, who tried domesticating wild animals. When you domesticate wild animals, what you're doing is reducing reactive aggression. You are selecting those individuals to breed who are most willing to be approached by a human or by another member of their own species and are least likely to erupt in a reactive aggression. And you only have to do that for a few generations to discover that there are changes in the skull. And those changes consist of shorter face, smaller teeth, reduced maleness. The males become increasingly female-like, and reduced brain size. Well, the changes that are characteristic of domesticated animals in general compared to wild animals are all found in Homo sapiens compared to our earlier ancestors. So it's a very strong signal that when we first see Homo sapiens, what we're seeing is evidence of a reduction in reactive aggression. And that suggests that what's happening with Homo sapiens is that that is the point at which there is selection against the alpha males. And therefore, the way in which the selection happened would have been the way it happens today. The beta males take them out. So I think that Homo sapiens is a species characterized by the suppression of reactive aggression as a kind of incidental consequence of the suppression of the alpha male. And the story of our species is the story of how the beta males took charge and have been responsible for the generation of a new kind of human, and incidentally, for imposing on the society a new set of values. Because when those beta males discovered that they could take out the previous alpha male, and continue to do so, because in every generation there'll always be some male who says, well, maybe I'll become the alpha male. And they, so they just keep chopping them down. In discovering that, they also obviously discovered that they could kill anybody in the group. Females, young males, anybody who didn't follow their values. And so
Okay, so I'm going to stop that right there real quick. I do not know what's going on. You guys can still hear me, so I have no idea what's going on with my camera right now. I'm trying to reboot the camera a few times. If you guys can't hear me, please let me know. But I think the audio is fine. I just don't know what's going on with I think this is StreamYard. This is not me. The reason why I brought this on, this is the guy who is being interviewed here. This is on Lex Friedman's show, and this is pull that out here now. Oh, hey, damn it. Can I do that? What about this? No. All right. Okay, I'm just going to run with audio here, guys. Sorry about that. So I have some other stuff to show you as well. The reason why I started with this is because this is exactly what I'm talking about here now. What the guy who was being interviewed is Richard Wrangham. He is Wrangham. He's a biological anthropologist at Harvard. Okay. And so people were sending this to me a while ago, and I was interested in sort of discussing this because I think that what they try to do is make some comparisons between like primate culture versus human culture. And I think what we're getting at here, I agree with him halfway. And I say, well, who the hell are you? You're just ROLLO TOMASSI. Okay, well, just hear me out here, okay? I don't have a degree in evolutionary biology. Shame on me. I will say this, though, is I think that from the coalition perspective, after having read Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia, definitely true. Primates create coalitions to take down alpha males. The problem is that from amongst those coalitions then rises up a new rival alpha male. So in primate, like, I guess, troops of primates, I guess that maybe that's a proper term. In troops of primates, you have the alpha male. He's got a harem, and the beta males, if you're the British pronunciation, the beta males are sort of there as servants. They have to, that's the transactional sex, right? That's you do these things for me. You give me a banana, you pull the ticks out of my hair, you do the babysitting for me, literally. And then I'll give you sexual access when I'm not in estrus. That's the female to the male, chimp, bonobo, gorilla, whatever you'd like. And there is, the logic still follows that if beta males can form a coalition and become strong enough to take down the alpha male, then I think the idea is that that's the way you get to an egalitarian society. That's how you do it. But the problem is that's not how primates work, and that's not really how human beings work either. What happens actually in primate cultures, at least according to my bonehead knowledge, and according to Dr. Hector Garcia, is that what happens then is when you have the coalition, then one of the most alpha of that group becomes the new alpha. So the most dominant beta male who is left after the coalition takes down the alpha becomes the new alpha. And we can look, so we look at this. I think whenever we do studies on primates, and we're using them sort of like compare or contrasting them to human behavior, we want to expand it and extrapolate it. And I agree, we can. However, what happens is it's not polite, or it's not nice. It's not mean. You're mean for pointing out that perhaps we need to look at all sides of the equation here. So there's two ways that a troop of primates can be sort of overthrown. Like the alpha of the group can be, the AMOG can be overthrown. One way is to have another outside alpha come in and basically kick his ass and take his place. What happens in that point there is the female, usually what happens, and this is it happens in other species as well, but what happens is at that point it's infanticide, and the new alpha basically kills off all of the offspring of the previous rival alpha. So, and that has, and I know that's one of those really uncomfortable things that is a fact of life. Same thing with an alpha lion, or I'm trying to think what other species do this, but essentially what happens is that new alpha comes in and kills off the offspring of the previous rival alpha, and that has the effect of sending the females in that harem, whatever, his collection of his-os, and puts them into estrus. And therefore what happens is it puts them immediately into estrus, or like that's the trigger for estrus, meaning that they go into heat, right? Or they go into, they're more sexually perceptive to facilitate fertility with the new rival alpha that has come into the group. So when we talk about, coalitions, this and that, it doesn't change that cycle. In fact, it's so reliable that female primates go into estrus right after that. And I was looking at the interaction between was it Jordan Peterson, Heather Hang, and Brett Weinstein. I'll show you that little clip here now that I can't get my damn camera to work. But I'll show you that clip here in just a second, because a lot of what I see being focused on in evolutionary psychology when it comes to intersexual dynamics, it's all focused on the men. It's all focused on the male side. Men need to man up. Men need to live up. Men need to live up to their burden of performance so that they can be acceptable for the female. And even Brett Weinstein, I talked about this when he was on with Michaela Peterson, because oddly enough, Michaela Peterson had both Brett and you probably saw me do this episode. She had both Heather Hang, and I hope I'm saying that right, and Brett on. And that was the episode where I was talking about how Brett was talking about how the optimal situation is when women are in power, or when women are making are the authority in the intersexual dynamics between men and women. Like, that's the natural order. Like, that's how it should be. And I'm like, no, that's not how it should be. And it's not not really how it is in reality, but we want it to be that way. And that leans back to social constructionism. And so when I see that happening, I go, this is using and like sort of rejiggering the numbers and the empiricism to sort of fit the narrative that they're comfortable with. And I know that Brett and Heather have done, I think they've got a new book out. That's why they were talking to Jordan Peterson about this. And that dovetails into the Scott Galloway story that I just put up here a second ago. In fact, I'm going to try to put that up here and see if we can make that one work again. This is the Chrome. Let's see if I can get this. I think I might be able to. Can I please? Oh, I can. Good. Okay. Well, at the very least, I can show you this. So here's the deal. So this is on the this by the way is Business Insider. This is not me just pulling numbers out of my ass here. Okay, so this is straight off of Scott Galloway's blog, and he's noticing a very troubling trend here. I put this up on put this up on Rule 0 yesterday, and I do have a bigger, better picture of this one as well. Yeah, this was the data set that's from that article there below. American men's share of college enrollment and share of 18 to 30-year-olds reporting no sex in the past year. Now, that top that gray line that you're looking at right there, where it says, 28% at the top there says no sex rate, that's straight off of the general survey, social survey study from the Washington Post that I use all the time. I've used that probably 4 or 5 times, and you will hear, not just on my podcast, but you'll see this just waved like a fucking flag on black pill podcasts, and looks are everything, and look, men aren't having sex, and da. That's where that data comes from, just so you're familiar. I'm sure probably most of you are. All right. Now what's happening is he's setting this against the men's share of college enrollment on top of that. So look at the difference there. I'm glad he did this, because I wouldn't have thought to do this. 1989 all the way through 2021, it's at the enrollment is at 40.4%. Now, correlation is not causation. I got that, but that's a hell of a correlation right there. If you look at the difference there, that's something to sort of raise an eyebrow at, I think, and that's exactly what he's doing right here as well. Let me see if I can get this going up here. Can you guys? I hope you guys can still hear me. I think you can. Okay. Yeah, you guys can. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so each following trends. Let me put this up in. I mean, you might as well have the whole thing, right? There we go. Okay, each of the following trends in isolation is perplexing. In concert, they are disturbing. Okay, that was just that thing. I mentioned this topic before. Highlighting an emerging crisis. Now, why did I give you the beta male coalition video before this? You'll figure this out here in just a second. I've mentioned this topic before, highlighting an emerging crisis among men. It elicits a range of emotions and responses, especially in the reductionist world of social media. Okay, so then we have this is quite the projection. I hope someone has sex with you soon. Okay, this is from some random Roxanne Gay chick here. This was the reaction to Scott putting this out there. This is again emotionalism versus empiricism. Here's the empiricism. Here's the emotionalist response to that. I hope someone has sex with you. Who hurt you? Oh, or it's the same exact response, or like just reworded, but it's the same sentiment of Paulina Porizkova, or whatever her name is, to Gad Saad. That's it right there. I hope someone has sex with you. You must not have gotten with the hot babes back in the day. Sucks to be you. Fuck you. Who hurt you? That's the response to that data, which is some pretty heavy shit if you think about it. Okay, thanks, Roxanne. Neither the sex lives of young men nor the relative rate of college attendance is that striking by itself, except to the men involved. What should trouble us all is what these statistics portend. Okay, now I'm going to relate a story to you after this. Family matters. Families are the foundational element of a society, and most successful families are the products of an intimate relationship between two adults. What did I tell you about proximate cause and ultimate cause? Ultimate cause, intimate relationship with two adults that produces a family. How do you get to that? You fuck. That's the proximate cause. That's the proximate impulse. The ultimate goal, the ultimate end of that impulse is two people getting together, having a family. The most important decision most of us make in life is whether and whom glad he added that, and whom to marry. And the most important person in our adult lives is our mate. Married people are 77% wealthier. Okay, we know that this is bullshit. Simply because they have to be wealthier. And their net, I don't know how many videos I've seen that have sort of taken this to task, by the way, and including Turd Flinging Monkey. And their net worth typically increases 16% each year they are together. Yes, because you have to work harder than you did when you didn't have kids. That's why. Also, marriage is for the elites. Only elite people get married. Only college wealthy people get married to begin with. Remember that the marriage rate right now is at 6.1% per 6.1 per thousand. It is as low as it has ever been in recorded history. Okay. Married people live longer and are happier than single people. Great. Okay. Well, again, we can debate the data on that, but let's just go with it for now. Higher marriage rates are correlated with greater GDP. Yeah, because if you've got a family, you got to keep your ass going. Greater economic mobility and a reduction in child poverty as much as 80%. True. The path to forging these relationships typically involves sex. Oh, well, I'm glad we came to that. Look, glad that's included in the empirical data. If a young adult hasn't had sex in the past year, it's unlikely that that person is on the path towards long-term bond. That's where this path starts, right? A long-term bond with somebody. To be clear, I'm not suggesting that it is any group's responsibility to sexually service the other, right? Yeah, he's hedging his bets there. Same thing that, it's the the socially enforced monogamy line. We need to be thoughtful about. What we need to be thoughtful about is how our policies and attitudes ensure that most people have the opportunity and motivation to pursue long-term productive relationships. All right. Meetup online. Okay, so I've used this data set before. I've got it again over here. I'll give you the bigger version of this over here really quickly. Where'd it go? Just so you can see what he's talking about. I have used this so many times I can't even recall how many times I've used this. Okay, this is that data set. Okay, again, Stanford University. This is through Statista, through friends, the bars, and college, and online. Actually, there used to be church and some other ones on there as well. You can see how people meet online. That is definitely a factor in all of this. So when we're looking at guys who are sort of dropping out, this is where that begins. So let's hide that. Come back, and here we go. You guys still got me? You guys still got me? Am I still on? I think I'm still on, right? There we go. Okay. So here we go. Back to this. And online dating shares flaws with technologies. Let's see. Met up online. You saw that. Oh, we used to meet potential mates at school, at work, through friends, and out in the world. No longer. And online dating shares flaws with other technologies. This is kind of like the point that I think Matt Walsh was trying to make a while ago. Like, well, it's so dehumanizing. Here's what I love. This is the best part about that. You guys probably remember this. I took Matt Walsh to task for a video. He was talking about how people are just meeting other people online and selecting people by how they look and swiping left or right. Those people. No, Matt, that's women. Women are in the prime selective sexual selection position. And all of this, and I don't know how else to stress that, but again, that's what we're getting at here. So we're getting, like, when it's people doing this, when we don't say, we're not specific about who's making the sexual selections, who's making the decisions here. When we don't do that, we don't get the full picture on this. Online dating shares flaws with other technologies that scale our instincts. I mean, he's referring to social media. Algorithms are different to social interests, and that, coupled with human nature, gave us January 6th and QAnon. Sure it did. Thanks, Scott. Dating apps sort potential partners into a tiny... And yes, and that part right there with QAnon and January 6th should put things into perspective for you about Scott Galloway. And online dating, blah, blah, blah. Okay, dating apps sort potential partners into tiny groups of haves and have a titanic group of have-nots. Yes. On Hinge, the top 10% of men receive nearly 60% of the likes. And comparable figures for women is 45%. The bottom 80% of male Tinder users, based on percentages of likes received, are competing for the bottom 20% of women. If it were a country, Tinder would be amongst the most unequal in the world. This is the global sexual marketplace today. Now, last but not least, I want to show you the Gini coefficient for nations versus Tinder. This is really good. Can you see that? Yes, you can. Okay. Here we go. Gini coefficient for nations versus Tinder. As you can see, if you look at Denmark and Sweden versus the Japan, and then if you look at, so what's the Gini coefficient? This is the inequality versus the world ranking here. National income Gini coefficient. Okay. What is driving this division? As with so much else online, dating apps don't change human nature. They refocus it. Thank you, Scott. At least you got that part right. like a kid with a magnifying glass melting ants. Regardless of how we meet potential mates, we sort them in large part based on looks and earning potential. Wow. Does that sound like alpha fucks and beta bucks? Yes. Yes, it does. It's not just status. It's not just wealth. It's also looks. It's also game as well, which is greatly underdeveloped on Tinder when we have a buffer of technology between us. That very much limits game. So I'll talk about that later. But the thing I think is interesting here is he's actually acknowledging alpha fucks and beta bucks. Wow. So we're finally catching up to the red pill circa 2004. Regardless of how we meet, we sort them in large parts. Algorithms magnify that effect. Women are particularly concerned with the earning potential of future mates. Yes, but they select them based on the looks of that guy. In 1989, found that in 37 countries and subgroups, women consistently value financial capacity of a potential partner more than do men. Again, we're going back to the selectivity of women. They set the game. They set the tone. Briffelt's law? Yeah, okay. But we're also saying that society and the social order should prioritize women as the arbiters of reproduction. What did we just talk about a moment ago? Wow, how do men and women get together and create families? Proximate cause, ultimate cause. Well, ultimate cause, that goal is set by only one sex now. That's what these guys are not fucking realizing at this point. Okay, so let's keep going. In the US, financial prospects were nearly 30% more important to women than to men. Of course they are, because they're looking for long-term security. As I said, once women are beyond the hoe phase, that 18 to 28 demographic, that's when long-term security really becomes the highest priority for women. In a 2017 survey, 71% of American women said it is important for a man to support his family financially. Only 25% of men said the same thing about a woman. So we still have that. Is society saying that, or is that part of the machine? Is that part of the way our evolutionary firmware has prompted us or given us proclivities to look at it that way? It's not just, oh, here we need to teach men to cry. We need to teach men to be to go against that sort of evolutionary programming. Well, unless it's 71% of women saying that it's very important for a man to support his family, then that's okay. Then we're good with that, because they're setting the sexual selectivity of that family creation that's so bloody important. In sum, women mate socioeconomically, horizontally and up, and men do it horizontally down. Congratulations, Scott. You've just described the clinical textbook Wikipedia definition of hypergamy. That's all the intellectual dark web or whatever the fuck is left of that. Concentrate on. Peterson, same thing. Haying and Brett Weinstein, same thing. Women get to call the tune. That's it. They're the ones who decide who breeds and who doesn't breed. Okay, great. How are they going to do that? Oh, only according to status and wealth and economic attraction and the long-term security aspect of hypergamy. The problem is it's not just about socioeconomics. It's about who they want to fuck. That's what it's about. Socioeconomically speaking, women who are empowered, who are making more, who are going to college more, who are making more money, who are more professional, all those girls who I was talking about, oh, I got to tell them to dumb themselves down. That's who this is. That's this demographic. That's why you're upset. Ladies, if you can't find the guy, here it is. Because these asshats can't get up a fucking curb this high to say, you know what? Maybe women really are selecting guys now because they don't need men. They want men. Okay, great. What kind of men do they want? The hot guy in the foam cannon party to fucking have fun with. I was drunk. He was cute. And one thing led to another. So it's a combination. It's not just socioeconomics. It's not just beta bucks. It's not just provisioning, parental investment, and protection. It's, is he hot and is he fun? Is he exciting? Share of Americans who say financial support is very important in a partner. Wow, look at that. Winner takes most. Marriage rates in the US have been on the decline for decades. And the group that's seeing the sharpest decline, poor men. Again, we are using marriage as the metric by which we're going to say this is a success, this is not a success. Marriage is supposed to be the end state goal in all of this. And every time I am critical of, like, say, Kevin Samuels or whoever else, and they say, oh, we're trying to bring men and women together, blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. How are you doing that? Oh, we want them to get married. Well, that's where the conversation ends for me. Because again, I'm not against marriage. I'm against the way we do it now. And the way we do it now is an all downside risk for men. So to say marriage should be the litmus test, let's just say, for starting a family and doing all this stuff, I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I think it's a great idea, but I think it's a horrible idea in 2021. Actually, it's been a horrible idea for probably the last 30 years, maybe even more than that, because it's all downside risk for men. So what we never take into consideration is that maybe, poorer men, sure, we've disempowered and we've emasculated and we've gelded generation after generation of guys. And then we wonder why we see a decline in marriages. We wonder why men don't want to participate in a institution that is essentially building a house on land that they don't own and will never own. So between 1970 and 2001, the marriage rate for the lowest earning quartile fell by nearly 35%, while the highest quartile fell by at least 15%. This is where I'm saying, like, when you guys were asking me, oh, why is he saying that marriage is for elite people? This is why. Change in male marriage rates by earnings. Ooh, look at that. I love these graphs too. I need to, like, save all of these. So there you go. These are the percentiles. What is it? Change in male marriage between 1970 and these are the quartiles. A percent of annual income. Okay, so what we're saying, by the way, let's point something else out here that's kind of a mean thing to say, because you know how mean I am. Okay, here's the thing. When you look at this data, when you look at change in male marriage rates by earnings, so earnings are the determinant for whether a woman wants to get married to a man or not. Is he economically attractive? And we can see it here in black and white. Well, clearly it is. If we're going to, and now again, I'm not suggesting we do, but if we're going to use marriage as sort of the metric by which we're going to say a family is successful, a country is successful, a pairing is successful in whatever way, if that's the metric we're going to use, okay, let's just say for sake of argument here, then that metric is based on men's earning potential. Does that sound like opportunism to you? Especially when it is the female of the species that is deciding the fate of the species, really, as to who they're going to marry, because marrying, of course, means babies. Doesn't mean like fucking, but it does mean babies. It's certainly the beta buck side of hypergamy. Remember when I've said that since really the sexual revolution, we have standardized we have made women's sexual strategy the predominant strategy on planet Earth. Here it is, black and white. You want numbers? Here's your fucking numbers. You want data? You want, where's your cite your sources? Here you go, brother. Here's your sources, brother. Oh, he didn't do any research on this. I didn't have to. It's already done for me. All I'm doing is quoting, man. I just work here. If it sounds nicer coming from Rob Henderson, Chris Williamson, well, he can use the same thing and he can tell it to you in a monotone, sweet little voice. Oh, it's good. Right? This is it. Black and white. The most powerful signal. So again, once again, earning potential. Actually, let's keep going here. The most powerful signal of earning potential, especially for people in their 20s who haven't yet realized their potential, is a college degree. At least that's socially speaking, we think of college educated men as like that's the apex. You got to have a college degree. Otherwise, you're not economically attractive. College educated men earn a median of $900,000 more over their lifetime. Wow. A whole 900,000, huh? Over their lifetime than those who only graduated from high school. A college degree also increases your chances of getting married by 30%. Yeah. Why? Because women are the arbiters of who. Once again, you guys want me to prove to you that not only are women the gatekeepers of sex, they are also the gatekeepers of commitment. And they are also the gatekeepers of whether or not a family is created or it is not. That's it right there. A college degree also increases your chances of getting married by 30%. Those are the numbers. So when I say women's concept of love is based on opportunism, because that's hypergamy, as you just saw, because especially when you only want to define it in socioeconomic terms. Okay, I'm there with you. Let's go with it. Now, when I say, the chances of you getting married are increased by 30% if you have a college degree and you're making more money, that doesn't sound like the Disney fairy tale where, we were soulmates and we just star-crossed lovers and saw each other across the homecoming dance floor and just fell in love and became high school sweethearts. Where is that? That's nowhere. The nuts and the bolts of it are right there, at least in these terms. I'm not saying that's not, again, I'm going to back this up here a second, but I'm going with what these experts are telling me. That's it. Opportunism. Women base who they're going to emotionally invest themselves in based on opportunism. Now, that opportunism can also be sexual. Lisa Bonet wants to fuck Jason Momoa, not because he's got a lot of money. Clearly didn't have as much money as Lisa did, but he was hot. He was very hot. Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman is 50. He's my age. He's 53 years old, and he is married to a chick who is 66 and has been for a long time. Do you think that woman, when she was with that guy, when she first got with Hugh Jackman, was like, yeah, I'll marry, sure, whatever. No, he was hot and she wanted to fuck. And it didn't matter whether or not he had money or not. Now, granted, he's made quite a bit as a very successful actor, was voted sexiest man alive. So let's stop the bullshit about beta bucks being all that hypergamy is about. It is not. It is alpha seed, beta need. So when a woman is in a position of being in economically a more powerful position than a man, and she doesn't need a man to provide, protect, or be parentally invested because she can just go get a sperm sample. I got another story for you here in a second. Yes, it's the Japanese woman. But now it's like, okay, well, she doesn't need a man, but she wants a man. Who's that guy? Who does that man look like? Jason Momoa. A young Jason Momoa at that too. Estimated male lifetime earnings by education. Okay, so this is important, especially to Scott Galloway, because all he sees is hypergamy coming from one side, economics. Okay, let me keep going here. Yeah, I will do. I promise you guys, I will do a full show on Briffelt's Law at some point. The problem with Briffelt's Law, me doing a full episode on that, is it would probably be all of a 15-minute episode because it wouldn't take long to really express the ins and outs of that. The result of fewer men in college, fewer men than women are interested, fewer men that women are interested in. Wow. What is the result of fewer men in college means that there are fewer men that women are interested in. Does that sound to you like women's concept of love is primarily based on opportunism? Can I please at least get a point for that? Haters, can I? For men, love is an idealistic proposition. For women, it is an opportunistic proposition. And I don't mean that to be mean. I mean that analytically. I mean that clinically. In fact, I've said this a million times. I wish there was a better word that didn't have a negative connotation like opportunism, but it is what it is. So this is good for nobody. It's bad for women, of course, because they're the primaries in a gynocentric social order who have fewer potential mates. Yeah, but they're willing to share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. Men at the top of the pyramid have access to near on-demand sexual partners. Wow. Thank you. Was it Scott Galloway 2022 catches up to the red pill 2002, which doesn't bode well for long-term happiness, which of course, long-term happiness is a freaking fantasy because happiness is derived from doing, not an arrival state. It's not a contentment state. See the previous data about the benefits of marriage. Okay, saw that. Thank you. And then there's the increasing number of men in the body of the pyramid who will be left not merely without sex, but without any on-ramp to the intimate relationship upon which so much of their happiness and their social capital is built upon. Okay, so once again, here we have that word, happiness. Okay, a complete misunderstanding of what happiness is. Okay, at least from an emotion, from a tactical, from an empirical perspective. But the idea that it's a goal state, that it's a livable, maintainable state, is a female way of thinking. Okay, because as long as we have it as this, it's like Sisyphus, right? It's like pushing the rock up one side of the hill and it rolls back down. He has to go back and push it up again. That's the female idea. That's really the reality, I think, of the female concept of happiness. Is like, well, if I could just get this rock up to the top of the hill or the top of the pit there, then it's going to roll over and I'll be happily ever after. That is bullshit. And the sooner you accept that that's bullshit, then you can live. You can start producing. You can start actually, as soon as you accept that, you'll be happy because you'll understand that that's part of the process. Okay, and our social capital is built upon. So essentially, what he's saying here is that you got these guys, okay, so who would left merely without sex, but with the on-ramp to the intimate relationships upon which much of their happiness is. So intimate relationship with a woman is how you should measure your happiness. Intimate relationship with a woman and starting and doing all this stuff is how you should relate. Now, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that that's where his headspace is at. Making a woman happy will make you happy. Social capital that you'll get will come from marriage, which we know is an all downside risk for men. That's the attitude. That's the brains of this whole thing, right? You want to talk about how society does things? There you have it right there. All right. Second order effects. So what? America spent its first 300 years treating women as second-class citizens. What's wrong with young men getting their short end of the stick for a while? Right. Okay, let's go. Let's hit that myth again. If this were just about fairness or feelings, there's that word again, then fine, let there be churn. What the hell is he talking about? But there are several externalities that could have profound effects on our commonwealth and the global community. First, less partnering and propagation means fewer babies, which we're already seeing. Declining birth rates and fertility rates are toxic for economic health. For a glimpse of the declining birth rate, look at Japan, where birth and marriage rates have fallen to record lows. There are now 2.1 working age Japanese for every retiree. That's the replacement ratio. The lowest ratio in the world. In the United States, there are 3.9. The world's average is 7. At the Code conference this week, then this was a great one. Automaker and future Martian Elon Musk says possibly the single greatest risk to human civilization is the rapid diminishing birth rate. No babies, no humanity. Well, he should know because he's got, 4 baby mamas now? 3 baby mamas? My pivot co-host, Kara Swisher, likes to claim that lesbians and evangelicals are the only groups having kids. But less than 5% of the population, gay couples would need to have literally dozens of children to reverse these trends. Your move, Kara. Second, a large and growing cohort of bored, lonely, poor educated men is a malevolent force in any society. Now, here we're going to get to the radicalized incel movement. But it's truly terrifying. One of those societies addicted to social media and awash in guns and coarseness. Oh, they're so coarse. Men are already more likely than women to believe in conspiracy theories. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of those conspiracy theories have proven pretty much true. Increased frustration about their lack of life choices and greater jealousy stoked by images of success they see on their screens will push underachieving men further towards conspiracy theories, radicalization, there's that word, and nihilist politics, and or the black pill, despondency. I say will because I'm focused on the future, but a preview of that future is already here. Of the 620 people charged so far in the January 6th riot, 86% are men. Imagine that. Riot. Are we like seeing the same video here? Because I'm not. Global problems, including climate change and more frequent pandemics, require a massive investment of human capital and a renewed respect for intellectualism and science. You know what else it requires? It requires men to get together and kick ass is what it's going to require. And that's the problem. That's the greater problem. Third, while the forces of technology and social change are taking much from young men, it's unlikely they will lose their political power. They've already lost it, Scott. They lost it back in probably around like 1978, I think. It's unlikely that they will lose their political power. No, you look at I made this mention on the Rebel Capitalist workshop that I did. And it was, I pointed out there's a Zero Hedge article about how much of the world's economy is controlled by women. And the director of the IMF, the World Bank, the European Bank, Bank of Europe, what is it? I forget which one it was, the European World Bank. Janet Yellen. I know she's not the Fed secretary. She's like the Secretary of Economy. She's on the panel, right? If you look at, I have to go dig that up, but the Zero Hedge article was about how the world's economies are run by women right now. And look where we are, and look what the pandemic is. Somebody was telling me this the other day, and I'm beginning to sort of come around to this way of thinking as well, is that I'm not saying it's like there's a global conspiracy or there's some sort of like evil cabal of elves somewhere orchestrating all of this. But I will say this is that there is a concentrated effort to keep men from organizing, to keep men from getting together and even just talking about this stuff without risk of seeming like they are bigots or they're racists or they're misogynists or they're gay or like anything that can be used to sort of divide men today. Has maximum effort is put into that and has been for a long time. I talked about this in the Male Spaces episode, as well as I think it's in it's in Positive Masculinity. There's a chapter in there called Male Space. And I break that down as to how traditionally, conventionally male spaces have been invaded by women, whereas traditionally all female spaces are not invaded by men, unless, of course, now we're starting to see a little bit of turn, but it's not men so much. It's transgender men who pretend to be women and go into, say, like women's sporting events. Again, social constructionism. So politicians will emerge from this class and many more will pander to them. Donald Trump was not an anomaly. No, actually he was. Donald Trump was old order. Donald Trump was 20th century. That's what he doesn't get. Privileged men of wealth rising to the power. Like what's crazy about this is, let me just finish this off. Donald Trump was not an anomaly. Privileged men of wealth rising to power on that message that this isn't your fault, then demonizing other groups is the greatest hit of nationalism and the fascism it inspires. Okay. Granted, he does not like men, but here's the thing. He still has to talk about these issues. He still has to discuss these things. It's unignorable. Remember when I told you guys that take me away, take away the manosphere, take everything else away from us, but you will still have guys who will be who will find this stuff. Like the data here is unignorable. Even the people who are critical of the red pill right now, they're producing this kind of a blog post, this kind of analysis. They see it. The difference between them and someone like me is I put those things together and I connect those dots and I show you here's what I'm thinking. And rather than having that discussion or having that debate, what they do is they take it and they go, well, men are assholes anyways. Men are going to be, it's January 6th, it's Donald Trump, it's male privilege, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's exactly the same dynamic when I talk about how like I'll listen to, say, Dr. Steven Pinker, or I'll listen to some of these guys who have their shit together, they have their data sets together, and then at the end of their TED talk, they're like, but I'm a feminist, so it's all good. Thanks, ladies. Bye-bye. That's the whole pitch. That's what this is right here. You still have to acknowledge the fact that men are dropping out. But they don't offer any solutions, because offering a solution might go against their beliefs that empowered men might actually do something, positive, or they might actually disagree with your ideology. So we can only get them. We want empowered guys, but we want them to be better betas. We want them to be economically attractive, even though we're talking about a transactional aspect or a transactional reference for sexuality as opposed to validational. We don't want to acknowledge the alpha fuck side of hypergamy, but we will overemphasize the beta buck side of it because that's what sells copy. Because that sounds like you're being responsible. That's, oh, look at all these men, this dropout. Oh boy, this is very disturbing. Well, it's only disturbing because if those guys get together and organize, they're going to kick your ass. They're going to have something to say about that. They're going to have something that they're going to be, you know what? Maybe guys need to get together and empower ourselves. We can't have that, but we can't do that and can't have that same conversation and then also analyze the statistics. That's how you get the difference between social constructionism and emotionalism versus the empirical data. You can be empirical for up to the point where it conflicts with ideology or it impinges upon your ability to generate a 50% female audience that you need to be reading this so you can say solvent. Right? Men have characteristics which make it easier for them to accumulate and protect wealth and power. No, they don't. And I can show you the data for that. Women are the ones who are in control of that wealth. Men can generate it. Yes, they can accumulate it. They cannot protect it. And they're not doing the spending. I've already gone over this. If you look at the spending habits or the women are the primary consumers in the United States. I think that's pretty much well established. But to perpetuate this myth that guys are, they accumulate more wealth and they protect it and they're not getting married. And so they're just these fiendish misers sitting on top, what is it? Scrooge McDuck sitting on their huge pile of gold and they don't want to share it with anybody. That's the imagery that we're supposed to get from all this. It's like bullshit. Numerous studies have shown that candidates with deeper voices win more votes. Really? A 25% lower vocal pitch is associated with an increase in $187,000 in annual CEO salary. What? People who are 6 feet tall earn $166,000 more than over the 30-year career than those who are 5'5". Wow, that's not actually making your case for you, Scott. What you're saying is women and people in general tend to respect taller men than they do. Wow. In a sexually dimorphic species such as human beings, which sex tends to be taller? Even controlling for age and gender and weight. Sure. Because height is associated with dominance. It's associated with an alpha. The explanation many psychologists believe is an increase in confidence. Perhaps, maybe it's a positive feedback loop because you are rewarded for being taller. One psychologist explains that the process of literally looking down on others may cause one to be more confident. Okay. And let me also explain to you this is that over the course, certainly since 2018, from 2008 to 2018, the increase in psychology degrees and majors and doctorates have overwhelmingly gone to women. So let's just put that into context there. Since the advent of mass media, every single president has been taller than the average American male. The average American male is 5'9". Oops. Did that come back up? You guys still on with me? You guys still with me? Oh, you are still with me. Yes. Did it come back? Did it come back? I can't believe it came back. Did it come back? It did come back. Yay. My goodness. Something clicked over. All right. That's enough of that. Okay. So this is basically, I'm not going to read the rest of this simply because I don't think I need to. All right. You guys see me okay? Are we good now? I think we're good now. Yes. Yes, we are good. Excellent. Can I actually put something in the... Man, I don't know how we came back online. I think it might have been that page. I think it might have been the autoplay in that video. I got to remember that. Or maybe actually I got to tell the guys from StreamYard about that. Anyways, the reason for I think the importance of that data set is because we're talking about it right now. And I'm going to show you another video here. I'm going to sort of pick my way through it. This will be the last thing I'm getting into today. But again, we want to find social constructivist narratives to explain empirical data at this stage. because it sounds nice. It's more palatable. It's actually certainly more sellable, I guess. Let me push this over here. There we go. Much better. Much better. Yay. Okay. Okay, we're back on top, even though I'm at 3 hours. I'm going to do one more quick hit here. Hopefully this won't blow up my computer. Where'd it go? Let's record. There it is. Okay, so this is Chris Williamson here, and I wanted to throw this out there. I don't know who the other dude is. If somebody wants to tell me who it is, I'd be happy to give him a shout out, but let's put this up
this
here.
Wall Street Journal article about the declining college rates for men. Have you seen this floating around?
No.
Dude, this
Please go on.
This article's fucking scary. So I've known this for quite a while, but it's really just starting to hit mainstream media. And one of the reasons that it's probably not too popular amongst mainstream media is that it goes counter to a narrative that men are outperforming women, and there's this oppressive patriarchal construct that's misogynistically trying to keep people down, blah, blah, blah.
Are people still on that? Are people still on that kick?
Massively so.
Okay.
The number of men enrolled at 2- and 4-year colleges has fallen behind women by record levels in a widening education gap across the US. Men are abandoning higher education in such numbers that they will now trail female college students by record levels. At the close of the 2020-2021 academic year, women made up 59.5% of college students, an all-time high, in men 40.5%, according to enrollment data from the National Student Clearinghouse, a nonprofit research group in the US. Colleges and universities had 1.5 million fewer students compared with 5 years ago, and men accounted for 71% of that decline. In the next few years, 2 women will earn a college degree for every man. American colleges have yet to reach a consensus on what might slow the retreat of men from higher education.
All right. I had to stop it here before. The guy on the left side is Chris Williamson. The other dude, I have no idea who this guy is, but I think he smoked a bowl before he came on this show, because it's like his answers are like nowhere answers. But I did want to sort of chime in on this. He's reading this article that is pretty much relating exactly what Scott was talking about earlier in that article I was reading. Okay, so what happens is here we have empirical data. Men don't want to go to college. Men are not becoming, they're not preparing themselves for the future for these women who want to find them economically attractive, because opportunism is what it's all about. And it's all about transactional sex, and it's all about transactional love and an opportunistic concept of love, because we only live in a society, in a state, in a social order right now that prioritizes women's sexual strategy above anything else there is. And so now it's like, oh man, we're in a crisis because these guys there's less of these guys now. Now, MGTOWs are going to say, haha, this is a victory. It's triumphalism. They're going to wave our banner of MGTOW. Don't get too excited, Mr. MGTOW, Mr. Black Pill. It's not because of your organized efforts to really screw over men to not be reliable, good, economically attractive mates, right? That's not you. This ain't on you. It's just, this is simple practicality. This is where we're at right now, because we have so overwhelmingly empowered women and so overwhelmingly disempowered, gelded, and just basically taking men out, any authority away from men. That's why these numbers exist. And yet the prescription is always more and more responsibility for what? They can't take responsibility for something that they have no authority to affect in the first place. That's the empirical data. But you know what we're going to say? Well, it must be a failure in men's beliefs. They need to get confident, and they need to go believe in the secret, and go check their astrological signs, and go, get back to church and go and do this. And there's going to be a million different reasons that are all emotional reasons. They're all magical woo-woo thinking rather than the nuts and bolts action that needs to happen. But no, let's listen to what this dude has to say.
I think people are... This could go a number of ways, this discussion. And this is critical to where we are, in society as a whole. How valuable is an education, and what about being a man would provide a man to say this isn't as valuable, as opposed to a woman?
Yeah.
What about their psychology is saying that or allowing that to happen? And then also, in what way will the media suppress this?
They won't.
You know,
They're not.
if the narrative is
from the
So
media.
I'm not convinced that the media can really suppress the stats. Like you can, within 10 years, as you walk around on campus, you're going to see double the number of women as you do men. I don't know the equivalent for the UK, but in the US, that's going to be the case. Like, it's not about suppressing the stats. Like, there is.
But that's supposed to be good, right? That's where this is the welcome to the future that feminism created. Welcome to the future you wanted. He's the winner. Like Chris Williamson, by the way, I forget what, like Total Drama Island. I forget what he was on. Dude was on like one of these, like, you know, Love Island shows or some shit like that. I got the Aussie accent. I know, like, if he's a lady, probably a lady killer. Like if you see his pictures and you see his Instagram, you'll get the idea. He's like male model dude, right? He's the winner in all this. He don't care. He certainly doesn't want to alienate 50% of his female audience. I got that. Thanks. But he's a winner in all this. So what does he care? Honestly, it's just, I mean, from a personal perspective, I guess. But you know, I think the funniest thing is like, how is the media going to repress this? They're not. They don't have any incentive not to, but they don't have any solutions either.
No suppressing that. Some of the reasons that you could put forward for why this may have occurred is that there has been quite a negative environment for men generally in the universities. Quite rightly, women have had to have their spaces be made to feel better. The Me Too movement was like fucking long overdue to call powerful men to account for taking advantage of women. Yeah. But what it's done is it's taken quite a broad brush and applied that to all men, when the research suggests that it's a small minority of men that commit almost all of the sexual offenses. This is
okay. So he's trying to talk about. I think this is a data set that Rob, because he's really chummy with Rob Henderson and Jordan Peterson as well. What he's talking about here is this is David Buss actually. I know because this was in Men Behaving Badly. Oh, there's only a very small percentage of bad apples, and they're all the dark triad guys. The nice guys, they wouldn't do anything like this, and they get sort of wrapped up in all this. And it's like, no, that's not what Me Too was. Okay, first off, Chris, here's the real facts. Me Too, the hashtag Me Too has been around since 2006. Nobody cared one fucking iota about Me Too until 2017. Because Me Too had to be weaponized. It had to pick up steam. Funny thing is that Me Too became a cultural thing right around the same time that they were trying to pin, Stormy Daniels on Donald Trump, trying to bring him down. Well, it's a Me Too thing. They wanted to turn Donald Trump into Harvey Weinstein. And yes, Harvey Weinstein was the thing that was going on at that time too. But there was also Me Too and then Time's Up, right? That was another one that never really got off the ground. But that's not what's keeping guys out of college. That's definitely this trend started way before Me Too. Well, it was popularized anyways. Me Too was just weaponized to use as a political tool. And it took down a lot of other guys as well. It kind of probably snowballed into something that maybe it didn't have intended consequences. If you go and you look at like what Rose McGowan and some of the people like Asia Argento and the people who were really big behind Me Too at that time, and I forget the lady who started it up, but it was used really to try to prevent Brett Kavanaugh to be put on the Justice League, the Supreme Court justice, when he was being nominated. They wanted to use that to say, hey man, it's when you were 17, you went to that kegger, you actually touched that girl on her breast back in 1987. What the fuck are you talking about? Me Too. There's no statutes of limitations. We can go back in time. We have a time machine and we're going to go get it. Right. Okay. Yeah. Me Too was a big deal. And yeah, it did have some cascading effects, let's just say, certainly in the American workplace. You look at written by Ariana Huffington, but on the Huffington Post, there was a lot. Now, of course, we use the Me Too thing to say, well, Me Too is just men being scared. They don't want to work with women anymore. No, they're not fearful. They're being cautious because they don't want to lose their livelihood. They don't want to have some spurious, accusations over something if the door was closed instead of open at a board meeting. That's what the whole thing was. And you can't blame men for that. But that's not why men don't go to college, Chris. It's not Me Too. It's not worries about that. It's they don't see the point. That's why. I talked about this yesterday. I talked about this yesterday with Aaron Clary. One of his best books, Worthless, which was a book about earning worthless degrees. Going to college, by the way, and we cannot sit here and say college is worthless. We can't sit here and say college is a communist socialist indoctrination camp, or girls go in as nice girls and they come out with purple hair and they're look like Bob the Cat when they come out of the fucking the indoctrination camp out of the machine. They come out with purple hair and they're suddenly marching in the Great Women's March afterwards. We can't make that our primary impression of what college is, and not and then expect guys to go, yeah, sounds like a good idea to me. These guys don't think they can get laid to begin with, much less go to college to make money, to do all this good stuff, to be economically attractive so they can get with the average woman today. They don't want that. They have no, and then we say, don't go to college. It's a waste of time and a waste of money. And it starts you out with a college loans. I mean, here's the other thing. The economically speaking, women hold 2/3 of the student debt in the United States, which is at 1.7 trillion right now. So that's close to about a trillion dollars in debt. Like, what was it? 929 point something billion dollars of that debt is held by women, exclusively held by women, and growing because more women are enrolling. Because why? We've given them Title IX. We've given them every special dispensation to get them. Hey, we need women in coding. We need women in here. We need women in here. Except for raw sewage and construction. They'll leave that to the guys. You need to get into this field over here in degrees you'll never use. But you'll go and take out exorbitant, loans to get that degree, because that's what you've been told a strong, empowered, independent of men woman does. And then what happens? You end up like these chicks that I've been just talking about. Oh, you got to dumb yourself down and become more feminine. I'm not going to do that. That goes against everything I've ever thought. Well, you're going to be, I guess I'm going to die alone. Yes, you are. It's not about Me Too. I know that's Me Too is that's so 2019.
What David Buss discovered, evolutionary psychologist that I had on the show, that the vast majority of men aren't sexual predators, but a small number of men commit fucking tons of acts.
Has nothing to do.
But if you tar everybody with quite a broad brush, if you make it a little bit of a hostile environment in which men feel quite uncomfortable, then that's not so good. You've also got like the equivalent of affirmative action programs that promote girls' success within high school and within college applications.
Now we're getting there.
I'm not sure if you have outright sort of gendered discrimination when it comes to accepting into courses. I would imagine no. But I think it's significantly harder for boys to get through school if you are someone that's more physically minded, if you're someone who's got ADHD. But previously there was so much prestige and status associated with an education that you would be prepared to go through that. There's a lot of discomfort associated with me sitting on my ass and fucking having to learn all of this stuff. And I want to be outside playing or play fighting or building something or do my...
Yeah, good. At least you're right about that, Chris. I will give you points for that one. Yes. Men don't learn like women do, but we have raised generation after generation of boys as if they're defective girls. Is it any fucking shock that men don't want to go to college? Is it any shock at all? When you look at the declining marriage rates, is it any shock at all? They don't see the point. They want to go out and do boy things. They want to, wow, sounds kind of like that's a naturalistic, that's an empirical, that's a part of men's innate evolutionary firmware. Yeah, you're right. You 100% give you the gold star for that one. But that's again not why they're not going to college. It's not that they're afraid to. It's because and you also probably caught. I don't know if you guys caught it. You guys catch that? We're talking about the status that comes from this, right? Okay. That's exactly what I'm hearing from Jordan Peterson and from Heather Hang and from Dr. David Buss, a good friend of his as well, and Brett Weinstein, right? Oh, it's all about status. There's no such thing as hypergamy. It's mate switching now. Well, so they want to, I think that's the height of ignorance, by the way, because I wanted to actually get into that, like the difference between mate switching versus like hypergamy, because I think I'm going to dedicate a full show to that at some point, because there's this push to want to say, well, it's not about ovulatory shift and it's not really about alpha fucks. It's just beta bucks. Okay, well, what's that? Well, the reason why women cheat is because they want a guy with better status. They want a guy who's getting paid more. They want a guy who's going to make them happy, right? That's status. It's only about status hierarchies. It's not about Jason Momoa. It's not about that. It's not about the hot guy in the foam cannon party. Paul, perish the thought. Bullshit. It's about fucking guys who are hot. That's what it's about. Women don't care about guy, if they perceptually anyways, they don't care about the guy who's making a lot of money or even status to that point, because they're the ones who are making their own status for themselves. As I said, women have made themselves the men that they want to marry. That's why they can't find anybody who's supposedly their equal, which is makes 58% more than them in, money wise. There's your opportunism. But they're also taller, they're better looking, they love their mom, they want babies, they like puppy dogs, they want to go to Disneyland, they want to have all the look at any profile. I can't find the right guy. Get the fuck out of here. Because they are the right guy. They think they are anyways. Because they've already got the beta bucks provisioning and all that good stuff. It's already down. Or at least they think they do, or they think they're on the way to getting it down. Right? Why is Paulina crying about not being attractive? Because she can't get Jason Momoa to want to fuck her. I got everything. I've did everything right. I'm not going to dumb myself down. I'm actually a smart supermodel. No one cares. No one cares. It's because of evolutionary imperatives. That's why. Guys don't see any point in this. It's not about status. It's not about, that's a status. And that's a socially constructed marker. If tomorrow they said, you know what, guys who wear Vegas Golden Knights hats and wear dog tag and those, they're the hottest. They're those guys. That's the status. Everybody's gonna, all the chicks want to fuck that guy who's got, who looks like ROLLO TOMASSI, right? Suddenly your status. Well, is that for real? Ladies, do you want to bang me because I look like me, or because I have like these particular glasses on and this hat and this thing and everything else? Is that why? Oh, boy, he looks like he's got status. No, you don't. It's not about status. It's about the evolutionary imperatives is what it is. Now, is that part of the security dynamic? Sure it is. But the status is based on markers, which of course, social markers, which of course is built on what? Let's say it again, class. Social constructionism. Wow.
Whatever. But I'll get through it because the college is going to be worth it. And now 2-to-1 females to males within the next 10 years at college.
That is crazy. 2-to-1?
Yeah.
At every college. Here's the thing. And I think I might have talked about this on the last podcast that I did with you a year and a half ago, but colleges in America, and for those who are listening in the UK and the rest of the world, colleges in America are unlike anything you've ever fucking seen before.
What do you mean?
And all you have to do is go to a collegiate football game to understand exactly what I'm saying. They make millions of dollars off ticket sales per game. They make over, hundreds of thousands of dollars from anything from like selling apparel to food. TV rights, millions of dollars.
Yep.
All of this as a way, think about it like countries, what they do for the Olympics to kind of flex their prowess without actually having to go to war. This is what colleges are doing.
What?
And if
to
you
show
don't,
their prestige?
Yes.
Must be.
Yes. And it is a war. It is an all out motherfucking war. And there's a conference called the SEC, which is the Southeast Conference. And that one is the most powerful one. As far as money, it's ridiculous.
What's this got to do with men and women in college?
Well, it's basically the importance of college isn't what we think it is. There's so much of it is like we have. So I can speak from a perspective of someone who lived in an area, College Station, where Texas A&M is. There are 60,000 undergrads, 60,000 people at a school.
All right, I'm going to stop because I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do this. Can't do this anymore. It's too serious an issue. I have no. I sorry, dude. I don't know who you are, but man, I would love to smoke a bowl with you someday. Yeah, go Aggies. There you go. Oh man, sorry. I know I went over. I know I said I wasn't going to go 4 hours, but then like my video died and then it came back again, so I kind of had to pick up again. Anyways, that's I wanted to throw that on there because he covered a few things, and even watch the rest of the video. It's on Chris Williamson's site. My freaking notes here now are completely useless. But that's again the he's not wrong. Actually, the stoner doesn't like he's not 100% wrong in the fact that like we see college as sort of this step to status, and if status is the only marker for sexual attraction, because women are only interested in opportunism, right, ladies? Because yeah, prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong. And don't give me if you're going to try to prove me wrong, ladies, and you're welcome, please do. But if you're going to try to prove me wrong, please come correct. Okay, please come with me with factual things. Not, well, that's not true for me because in my life I did blah blah blah. Okay. Understand this. If you're going to come at me, here's something to remember. Anecdote is not the plural of data. Keep that in your brains, okay? If you want to come at me, anecdote is not the plural of data. I want to know general trends. I want to know why you think that I'm wrong about that, but opportunism is where it's at. And I'll tell you what, even if you disagree with that, the big brains out there, they disagree with you. Because I was just reading Scott. If you go and you look at the Heather Hang thing, if you look at Jordan Peterson stuff, it's all beta bucks. It's nothing but opportunism. Are you kidding? Even Tammy Peterson in the interview between her and Michaela, where she's describing how she got together, finally decided to get together with Jordan Peterson to marry him. It was when he started to look like he was actually picking up some kind of money or gravitas, or he was starting to gain some status. Then she's like, yeah, now I'll marry you. After he asked her to marry him like 3 times through love letters or whatever else. If that's not as opportunistic as fuck, I don't know what is. That's not like, oh, I really love him. He's the one. Yeah, you're the one now. You're the one when I'm 29. I'm dead certain of it. I can't. Look at the time. Looks like you're the one. Well, I've known you since we're 7. How am I the one now? Oh, I guess my ships come in. What? Yes, opportunism. If you think I'm wrong, please tell me, because you can don't tell me I'm wrong. Tell Brett Weinstein. Tell Dr. David Buss. It's mate switching. It's not hypergamy. No, it's not. What did you say? Oh, Pat Stedman, thank you. Once again, the moan about women dropping out of college cracks me up. You never hear Chris Williamson types go into how a lot of college-educated women choose underpaid degrees and have high student consumer debt. Doesn't sound strong, independent, more like brainwashed. Actually, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like opportunism. It stinks like opportunism in here. Yeah. So anyways, just as I'm getting a good head of steam, I don't want to do this all day. So when I'm seeing this stuff and the trend, the overwhelming trend between even Paulina and Saad, when I look at what's going on between like Jason Momoa leaving, and by the way, let me explain to you something about Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa will feel no backlash whatsoever for leaving Lisa Bonet. No backlash, because he's Jason Momoa. If it was Hugh Jackman leaving his wife, oh my God, that would be a PR nightmare. But Jason Momoa, every girl on planet Earth wants to fuck Jason Momoa. And not because he's got status, and not because which he does, and he has fame, yes. It's because he's Jason fucking Momoa. That's why. He is their sexual fantasy. He's the alpha that they wish they were widowed by. Or even Lenny Kravitz, right? But he will feel no backlash for. There will be no like public outcry for that, because he completes the fantasy for women. And that fantasy is, I want to fuck a guy like Jason Momoa. Please don't clip that. Take Rollo out of context. He wants to fuck Jason Momoa. No, women want to fuck Jason Momoa. So the fact that he's leaving Lisa Bonet is like, oh, that's for the best. That you'll feel all the cognitive dissonance that would come normally if it was anyone else. All that's avoided because we can say, well, there's a possibility somebody hot can get him. Maybe it's me, right? Or he's single now. Aquaman, or whatever it was. Who was he in Game of Thrones? I forget the character name now. I wish I was a bigger Game of Thrones fan. I'm not. But the thing is that he won't feel any backlash because he is the alpha fucks side of hypergamy that women acknowledge. Same thing with 50 Shades of Grey. You will not hear any of that data that I produced quite a lot of in book 4 in my religion book when I was talking about 50 Shades of Grey. You won't hear that data regurgitated by a Chris Williams. You won't hear it talked about by David Buss because it doesn't fit the narrative that hypergamy is only one side, which is status, which is provisioning, which is security, because that's the only way they can promote the idea of male responsibility to get you back on the fucking plantation. That's why. Somebody told me this, and I didn't want to believe it at first, but I think I do now, is people were saying that Jordan Peterson was controlled opposition. Like his narrative wasn't about like getting guys together and collectively coming together and like building something and creating a movement. It was about individual, like the rights of the individual. And he focuses on that quite a bit. And that's one of my points of contention with guys like him and David Buss and some of these other like prominent evolutionary psychologist guys, is they think tribalism is a bad thing. But tribalism is a feature and not a bug when it comes to human nature. It can be bad, sure, absolutely it can, but it can also be very good. In fact, it's one of the cornerstones of our society. So, but that doesn't fit very well if women are wonderful. That doesn't fit very well if it's all about status and it's all about the beta buck side of hypergamy, and that's all we should ever think about. And we're not going to look at 50 Shades of Grey. We're not going to look at the fact that women want to bang Jason, the hot guy in the phone cannon party, right? That we won't look at. That can't possibly be part of the women's mating strategy. Or if it is, it's just a minor part, and they get over that once they get out of college and they're done with the trips to spring break in Cancun. Then they're really focused because they can't be anything less. They can't be anything less than strong and empowered and everything else. And then what do? All those people who they didn't want to alienate and didn't want to give any, they didn't want to lose as 50% of their fucking audience. You know what those chicks do? They come to me when I'm at Rebel Capitalist and they go, I don't want to dumb myself down, but I can't find a guy, Rollo, help me. That's your demographic. Those are the girls you want to be watching your show, Chris Williamson or whoever. It doesn't have to be him. It could be Matt Walsh. It could be any of these guys. You go, oh, men need to man up. Don't worry, ladies. I'll tell these men to man up for you so that you won't be lonely anymore. That's their responsibility. That's their masculine, honorable duty. They'll be noble knights amongst men if they go and they do what you want them to do. And I'll be the one to tell them. You can make a positive, career off of that bullshit as a guy. As a guy, certainly in the hustle economy, that's a hot commodity. Just go ask Matt Hussey, right? He's been doing that for years. That's a great idea. Oh, even what's his name? Guy with the man bun. From We Are We Man Enough? What the fuck is his name now? Somebody give me his name. Anyways, that dude. Same thing. Hey, ladies, don't worry. We're going to tell these men how to be. You don't have to do it, ladies. We'll build the better betas for you. Meanwhile, you want to fuck Jason Momoa. Jason's going to watch this show and I'm going to be like, dude, sorry, I don't have a hard on for you or anything. You're just the too perfect apex example of what's going on here. No, it's not Kevin Ray Wilder, although there is the man, but that's the barista, the white pill barista. No, it's the dude. Are you man enough or We Are Man Enough? I can't remember what it is. Jason Baldoni. That's what it was. Now I got it. Same thing. Build a better beta for the women. They're paying top dollar for these guys. We'll tell them to be responsible. That responsibility narrative only works if hypergamy has only one side, which is the beta bucks long-term security, because we need more better families. The only way you get those better families is if women are only interested in that. And by the way, that's all based on opportunism. Yes, that's why men don't want to go to college. That's why men seem like they're most definitely purposeless. They're most definitely the Lost Boys generation. They are most definitely, they need a sense of direction. As I said, go do. But you have to look at it in terms of reality, not social constructionism. Stop relying on that as your go-to scapegoat, your reason, your rationale for everything. Stop it. But you're not going to get that from these guys because that's not what a good channel's built on. Oh, he's attacking Michaela Peterson. No, I'm giving you the fucking unvarnished truth. What you do with that is up to you. So there you have it. I'm out. That was pretty good. 4 hours. My goodness. I didn't want to go that far. I really didn't. I had everything lined up until the freaking camera went out. Sorry, but it's back. I don't know why. It's a software issue. I think it might have been that live view of that one page on the Insider that I was reading. And once that's timed out, that's when it came back on. So note for next time. Sorry guys about that. I will be back in the saddle in here on Wednesday. I think I might do a live stream Wednesday. We'll see. If you are in my Patreon group, by the way, here's the other thing. I am going to do John from Modern Life Dating's Zoom group. That'll be at 7 a.m. my time, 10 a.m. Eastern time. If you're part of that group, that's when I'm going to do a Q&A on Wednesday. I will also be doing my, if you are a Patreon member, and I mean part of the top tier members, like if you're part of my conference, I'm still going to do it, but you also will get a link to be in that if you want to be part of that Q&A. So I worked that out with John. So if you want to get 2 for 1 this month, I'm going to be on with John. You can come in on that. I'll give you the link. And then later, I think it's on Thursday is when I'm going to do my conference, and we're going to call it good right there. So I'm going to still be doing it, but you will get a bonus because of that. And I will be back on Wednesday. Check the Clips channel. I have a Clips channel for a reason, so you don't have to watch all 4 hours of this show. And there should be lots of good ones from this one. And if you haven't seen the video of me at live at the Alturas Bar from 4th Street in Reno, Nevada, you can go check that out on my Instagram. Please follow me on that. Follow me on Twitter. If you have questions, I'm always open to questions. Trying to think what else. Fifth book is just about ready to go. I do not have Audible for it yet because I know that's going to be the next question, but it's going to come out on Kindle and it'll be out in print first, and then it will go on Audible. I'm probably going to give early access to Patreon members if you're not a Patreon member, or if you are not a member of my mailing list, which is the Rational Mail, MAIL, you can go and become one. Just go to therationalmail.com, and then the floater will come up and you could just put your email in and join the list. I will give you early access to the book. I'm already putting out chapters of it, preview chapters of it to my mailing list. And I'm considering giving bonus chapters because there's stuff that I cut out that I really liked, but it's just, I don't want to bloat it too much. But the book should be soon, and I think it's going to be a pretty good book, and it's going to be well timed because I am going to do that show on game and on sourcing women and on text game and on sort of modern dating, modern acquisition of the female of the species. I'm going to be talking about that with Justin Waller very soon. We're actually building up a really good show, and we're doing a lot of homework on it. And I don't know exactly how we're going to go about recording it just yet, but it will certainly be out once the book is out, if not before. So look for that in the future, and I will see you guys. Thank you, Torsha, for being there. Thanks, Shamishi. Thanks, Sammy. Let's see. A Renegade Show. Let's see if I can rip through these real quick. George Carlin's bit on education summed this up perfectly. They want mind dead, obedient workers. Yes. Samurai Flack. Watch out. I brought some of the ideas to a religious right winger. His response was that men become sexy Lotharios wouldn't fix anything. Men becoming sexy Lotharios is going to be an irrelevant concept in a world where women don't want to fuck 80% of the guys, or in this case, maybe even 90% of the guys. So by default, those 10% are going to be the Lotharios that you think are running around thinking with their dicks. Those are the alpha men that women want to share or will be just fine sharing because they have no use and no need for guys who are 80% beta males. Kinetic. One possible reason for the increased popularity of crypto is a reaction to the result of gynocentric fiscal and monetary policy. That is, I would agree with that. Wealth mindset. Thank you for all your work. Thank you very much. Forever grateful. I'm forever grateful. I appreciate you. Oak says, just got here a code and recently made something relevant to today's show. A male version of the female delusion calculator at reality calc.com. I'm going to go check that out as soon as I kill this stream. And that was Oak. Go check that out. I want to look at that now. Austin Griffin, Happy New Year, Rollo. Thank you very much. Install an ad block, Rollo. Was that it? Was that what was fucking up the video? Probably. All right. I think I caught everybody up. Oh, Vinny said the Blank Slate book explains historically a lot about our current state of beliefs. Yes. It's a good book, by the way. Whatever your opinion of Steven Pinker is, and, like I said, he kind of frustrates me in a lot of different ways. But that book, The Blank Slate, is absolutely a fantastic read. Captain Crunch wrote Charles Bronson. Who? Well, why Charles Bronson? Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but Undisputed Timeline, Michaela put her down. Okay, that's it. All right, that's good enough. All right, fellas, I'm out. I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it.